You're listening to Truly Noted.
Hello, West Grey voters. My name is Lindsay Glazier, and I'm a passionate West Grey resident and active community volunteer. And I'm here because, like you, I want to hear what our 2022 municipal election candidates have to say about the hot topics in West Grey. We are here with Heather Wright, who's running for councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. Hi, Heather. How are you today?
Very good, Lindsay. Thanks very much to Lindsay and Andrew for inviting me here to talk tonight. I hope I can give you a little more information. My name is Heather Wright, and I've lived in Durham my whole life. I love West Grey. I love our rivers, our parks. I like putting on musical venues, and I volunteer all the time. So that's why I'm running. And even if I am not elected, I will still do all those things.
Thank you so much. So that was the first question. So why are you running? Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Well, there are many issues that haven't been addressed in the last 4 years, maybe even longer. But my big thing is planning, and so the planning in my mind is not dividing up lots and selling them off. Planning to me is more about a growth plan, where we'll be in 5 years from now, what we really need as far as sewers, water, all that type of thing. A big issue in my mind right now, even though it's not under West Grey Council, we should be talking with the hospitals to make sure we have enough doctors. We should be talking with the school boards to make sure there's enough places for kids who are going to move here to come and to have the different expertise like language classes and things like this. So that's kind of why I'm running. I have a vested interest in loving this area, and so I'd like to make a difference.
Thank you so much for that, Heather. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts heritage and culture in West Grey?
Well, I think I've always tried to support it, not so much. I can't draw very well, so I guess that's why I didn't get involved with the art gallery, but I am very involved with arts as far as music. I run Music in the Park down at Riverside Park, and I've been very involved over the years with the parks, trying to expand people coming and visiting the Riverway. I would like to eventually try to get some art in the park. I think that would be a nice complement with the music, but we've never had time just to get together with people and do that yet, but it's in the future planning. And I try to go out to everything that I can. Okay. So the culture in this community and in West Grey has changed, I think, a lot over my lifetime. I'm pleased with what I see. When I was a girl, the only thing there was to do was the Durham Girls Band, or you could go to Brownies. So now we can have, there's all kinds of recreation, and as you say, there's the art gallery, there's lots of musical events. We just had one at the Legion this weekend, and it was AC/DC tribute, and it was well attended and lots of fun. And I think it does bring people to town. It's probably right now one of the only things that's bringing people to town. I live on the main street, so I kind of see what's happening in a very clear way. And I worry a lot because every year we seem to go down a little bit. So I hope I can make a difference on that.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that you ran Music in the Park. It's very successful. You should be very proud. And I will connect you with Jennifer Norman, who is the new executive director of the Art Gallery. I'm sure she would love to hear your idea about the art in the park. That's a great idea.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Well, I may get on the Economic Development Committee, but I would have a whole different train of thought, I think, than what they go at. I think they're looking for industry, and I can't see that coming. What I would try to develop is each municipality in West Grey has its own cultural background, and it also has things from its past that they could be using to attract people. For instance, Ayton has the home of John D. from Baker. In my years past, they had fabulous food. They still have fabulous food over there. But years ago, it was well known for its sauerkraut, pigtails, all these type of things, and people would come from miles around to have that kind of stuff. Newstead, same. They have a great lot of baking over there. They have bake shops. They have a culture all their own. Durham has lost part of that, so I think we could go into, I'd like to do a mapping project, actually, of West Grey, and I'd like to put down specialty farms, places where people can go and buy vegetables, places where there's special types of animals like alpaca, certain types of cows, certain places that people could go and buy things. I think people from the city like to do this. A special interest of mine is the development of the equine farms in this area. Barrel racing and as a kid's sport and all that type of thing is really big on the agenda up here. We have a lot more equine farms. We could have a place where we could have competitions. That brings a lot of people to your town. Just different things like that. I'll be working with the assets that we already have. And we could do a lot more with our riverways. We have a lot of great camping places. We have a lot of things like that that attract and people from the city love to come to. Then we would hope that maybe when one of them is visiting, they would start some sort of a business. They might like what they see. They might like being here. We really could use more restaurants here in Durham that are going to stay open and that type of thing. So that's kind of where I would work at it.
Thank you for that. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Well, I think sitting down talking about it, we can see what developers can afford. I think that's going to be the big issue. And I think I'm not big on the idea of bylawing that they have to do certain things, but I think we could certainly have all the paperwork for them to look at and maybe even go into some, having developers from other places come and talk to people. They maybe already started. I know there's a lot of concern here about, dark skies and using certain types of batteries and having electric cars. And it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. However, how fast that will develop, I think we can only encourage the fact, I don't think we can bylaw the fact.
Thank you. Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. I don't know if you've noticed. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say "Save the West Grey Police." I would like to break this question into two parts. So I'm going to warn you, these are a little bit long. The questions are short, but the preamble's a bit long. So bear with me and let me know if I need to repeat anything. The West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget. It is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest detachment, which I just found out, is in Walkerton or in Chatsworth, and the closest satellite site is in Markdale. Do you think building a new do you think a building would no longer be needed? So do you think if the OPP takes over, do you think a new building would be needed? And do you support a new police station? Right. Sum it up.
I haven't been able to get the figures for a new police station. I'm not entirely, I would rather do a little more planning. I think police, fire, and paramedics should have gone together because they're going to mortgage it, I think, over 30 years. So, I mean, I'd hate, if the police station is not in good shape, I'm sure the fire department's 10 times worse. I'm not sure. I'd have to see a budget on that.
No, thank you for your honesty. The next question is, West Grey has community policing, as you know. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increase in cost of providing these services, and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services has been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than the police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities, but with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 Value for Money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since their last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing, and why?
Well, the previous council has asked for that costing. It's out of the control of people running right now. But I am going to give you an opinion. I don't think that OPP will be cheaper. I think we'll probably will be able to retain West Grey Police. We have a great service here, and I know most of them personally, and they are wonderful. I worked at the hospital for 15 years, so I had to kind of work back and forth with some of them. I think, however, the overall budget of West Grey will need some tuning up to see where we can come up with the money required. And I agree that all services in West Grey should be looked at.
Thank you for that. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Well, I think if you have work plans for your staff, like you would be able to do things. For instance, over the COVID, I understand that we did pay all our staff, but they didn't have them kind of out doing too much. So till there was complaints, right? So right from the get-go, that staff could have been out doing some work in the parks, or they could have went to another facility in West Grey and did painting, whatever needed done. So I was chairman of Parks, Recreation, and Community Center Board in Durham for 5 years. So I'm very well aware what people should be doing in the parks. And I think just planning that.
Thank you. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with Indigenous communities? I don't feel like you have to answer all of them. If you want to just focus on
Well,
one or
no,
two.
they're
Yeah.
all very important, and we're getting more and more people who we have to start worrying about now. How we're going to handle it, I don't know. We can create apartments like for geared to income, but I noticed when they did it the last time, they were all 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. So for families, the Pittner need to have 3 bedroom apartments. Now I'm just using my common sense here, but it just seemed to me that they weren't really being geared for families and like homeless families and that's okay too. Another group who falls through the cracks here are the seniors, and there's a way more problems with seniors than people realize in our community right now. There are people who are hungry, and they've worked their whole lives, and they're too proud to ask. So I'm thinking more like maybe like in Owen Sound, I think there's a place called a Grub Hub where you can stop in and get something to eat. Or, you have to get the stigmatism away from it. I don't know how we'll do that.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I'm on the CMHA Grapers board, and they have a cafeteria that they put money on. People can put money on so that people can go and get food. So
the mental health issues as well. We have very low in services in Grapers.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But I think they're trying to do their best. But yeah. And I thank you for that about the seniors. I'm not even asking about it, and I apologize. That is an important part of this community, and so I apologize and thank you for bringing that to my attention. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
Well, I think we should be working with the school board to make sure, and as far as trying to get things for youth, I volunteer continuously at the Durham Legion, and we give money to youth events. I think, though, the kids have to get involved themselves in committees and tell us what they want to do, right? Whether they'll do this, I don't know.
Thank you for that. What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
Well, I would like to see, right now Grey County's trying to kind of get us to maybe develop more farmland and wetlands, and I don't want to see that go too far. I don't want to see any more trees cut down. I don't want to see the habitats so houses couldn't be built. It's not a me thing, right?
That's fair. 3 more questions. We're almost done. What would be your top actions to attract and retain newcomers and immigrants to our community?
That's a good question. I think for them to come, as I say, we would have to have jobs for them and houses to live in. And definitely at the schools, we'd have to have, I have advocated a little bit, we'd have to have like language teachers.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't think we have that here in this small community. So that's a big change, right? They'd have to have doctors. The hard part is half the people here don't have doctors. So we have some really big barriers there to cross.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Sunday gun hunting?
I'm in favor of Sunday gun hunting. There are many people who now use that meat to put in their freezer to feed their family, so I'm totally in favor of it.
Thank you. So now you get to tell us if there's anything else you'd like to share. You answered all my questions, so the floor is yours, Heather.
What I'd like to share about West Grey is it is our biggest asset is the waterways and the natural places that we have, and I'd like to see development, but I don't want to see too much that we are not natural anymore. I think we're still in that realm and things are going very well. But I never want to see West Grey become a city. And everybody who comes to the parks, it's naturally is, for me, that was my playground as a child. So I love it maybe more than other people do. But we always, roamed up through the parks, and I don't think we do near enough to promote that here.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to share? You don't have to. We can end it. You don't need to talk.
I think I'm just going to end by saying that my name is Heather Wright. I appreciate your support. All I can promise you is I will answer if you call me, or I will write you back if you email me. I will not avoid issues. If you need an answer, I'll get it for you. I'm going to work for you and your family, and I have no hidden agendas. I'm only running because I like where I live, and I want it to stay this way. Thanks for your support.
We are here with Rebecca Hergert, who's running for councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. Hi, Rebecca. How are you today?
I'm good. And yourself?
I'm well, thank you. We'll start off with an easy one. Why are you running for West Grey Council?
I believe our community is absolutely worth spiffing up, digging in deep to figure out the exact policy changes that we can make that make our community shine bright, that build our economic development, that build housing, that take care of the most vulnerable in our community so that we all are better together.
Thank you. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
Okay, thank you for the question. I definitely think that the partnerships that the Durham Art Gallery has established and continue to promote will enhance the art gallery. I know there's been outreach with the public library, there's outreach on Facebook, there's a lot of outreach to bring people in to enjoy culture in our community right here at the Durham Art Gallery.
Yeah, it's a great place.
It is.
How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Absolutely. I think the coordination between the BIA, the Chamber, Grey County Economic Development, West Grey Economic Development, and identifying those local businesses that we still need within our community. We definitely have great businesses. Some are very specific. They attract a very niche clientele. But I think some of our businesses have been able to open their door and encourage others to open doors next door to them. So I think through good collaboration and networking, we can explain the business process and help with building business plans through Saugeen Economic Development Corporation, Community Futures, financing those new startups, even Launchpad, bringing in that youth talent to make a new business or make something in West Grey that we just don't have yet. So I think there's lots of partnerships that are already established. I think really drawing those in closer will help us grow, again, better together.
Yeah. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Cooperative and shared growth in West Grey is really important for all of us. We all want a safe place. We all want a little piece of heaven of West Grey, and to have our skies bright with stars, to make sure that our water is pristine for everybody that lives here, to ensure that we plan growth where growth is acceptable, to make sure that we work with conservation early and often through individual planning or development planning, to make sure that we have the right amount of growth in the right locations where people are expecting growth. We know that water, wastewater, all of those items for Durham and Neustadt on their water systems will be important, that we plan for rejuvenation of this system, expansion of capacity for future development. And that's not just in the future, that's actually right now that we're projecting growth, and we know that growth, and we know what our water systems can do. And so budgeting accordingly for next year will be very important, and the continuing years on from there, just so that we have growth thought of, planned, even expansion of natural gas to Neustadt. It's very important that we have partnerships with Enbridge, that they understand we're looking for gas in Neustadt in 2023, which has already been approved, but that we advocate to the province for 2024 and beyond, that we can have expansion of natural gas into Ayton. So the partnership with Enbridge would be that we build the pipeline big enough for Neustadt, big enough for future development in Neustadt, and big enough for the continuation of natural gas over to Ayton. So it's a constant planning and development for all of West Grey, so that we make sure we're ready for the future.
Thank you for that. That was very comprehensive. And as someone who lives in Ayton, I appreciate that. Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say "Save the West Grey Police." So I'd like to break this question into two parts. So the first part, so the question isn't that long, but my preamble is a little bit long, so bear with me. The West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget. It is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest attachment is in Markdale. Do you think a building would be no longer needed?
Okay, so West Grey Police and their building, we do know that the building is not suitable for their legislative requirements. We, as West Grey Council, have looked into with an architect that builds specific police buildings, and the building needs to be the right fit, the right size, hitting on those legislated requirements. What are the needs in the community, and what are the wants that would be additional, that would be nice, but could be figured out in a different way? I'm a huge advocate for partnerships and so on. I think that there's an opportunity to pay for the needs, all the taxpayers pay for the needs of the building, but to also ensure that we're not doing too much for one department. So the West Grey Police Building, we must ensure that this is the right building and the right cost for West Grey Policing, and that our debt ceiling is serviceable. And when I say debt ceiling is serviceable, we have many improvements to the Durham water sewer and Neustadt water sewer that we're talking about water consumption. Those will be in the millions of dollars of needs, and those will need to be financed. So when we talk about debt ceiling, how much West Grey, with 13,000 people, can actually borrow and have money to pay back with the financing. So I want to make sure that that everybody in our community understands the building, the size, what's needed, and what would be additional and would be nice to have. I also am intrigued or curious about the West Grey Fire Building in Durham, and if the West Grey Police Building is not suitable at this time for policing, is the building that's a shared building between West Grey Fire and West Grey Police, is there a necessity to have a new fire station? So I think we still have some questions that need to be answered. One of the goals of asking the OPP for a costing would be to ask them as well about a second check, a second set of eyes to say, are these the needs of the building? And so when we can get that second quote, second objective look at what the needs of the building are, I think we'll all know in our hearts that this is the right building that we have to build for West Grey. I don't think that the Markdale location or even Mount Forest, Tiviotdale, I think those are too far away. I think we'll have to have a building here in West Grey. West Grey is very large, and we do want to make sure that we have local police in our communities, but making sure that we can pay for it is also the sustainable part. So if we build a building that's too much or we won't need, those are questions we want to have answered before we spend 10, 12, 13 million dollars of taxpayer money. So sustainability, the budget, you mentioned the budget doesn't actually, the police building budget will not actually go against the West Grey Police Department's budget, and that's true, but there is also only one taxpayer, and that's going to be every one of us that pays taxes will see that increase, if not in a specific departmental budget, but in the overall increase of the actual build plus the financing that will carry on potentially for 30 years. So just to make sure that we're sustainable, the budget is actually our budget for all of West Grey. It might hit one specific department, but overall it's going to affect our tax bill. So I think that's my answer for that.
Thank you. You might have answered some of it with the second question, but I'll read it just in case you want to have any additional comments. In 2020, a consolidated nope, that's not it. Wrong one. It's like, that doesn't sound right. Yeah. You're gonna, West Grey has community policing. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increase in the cost of providing these services and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the policing services have been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities, but with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since the last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
Okay, so our community does have wonderful policing, and we know that the OPP does a wonderful job as well with adequate and effective policing. A little less maybe on the proactive side, but I do understand that you can actually, if the Police Service Board wished, they could customize the amount of OPP officer time in our area. So I think that as long as West Grey would know and understand the level of service that our current police force is providing, we could always gauge up or scale back what we're doing to achieve a certain amount of a budget. But your question about the costing, the percent of our largest budget department increasing. So I think when we talk about percentages, we have to be concerned not about the number of the percentage, but of what number. So we're talking about our largest budget department increasing significantly since the purchase of land. And to be able to get an accurate quote about what the needs of our community are and the level of service our community requires, I think the only opportunity here is to go ask another provider that does exactly the same work. I would never want to cut somebody's budget not knowing the impact of what that budget cut would be. So I think if our community would be very open and transparent about what we as our community need, the problems we see in specific areas of West Grey, if our community was allowed to input when they see a concern, maybe an anonymous tip line, to be able to say, oh, here's a quick picture and that's my inquiry. Take it from there. Go ahead, please, take it from there. And so I think that would help in the boots on the ground, local safety of our residents, including like young school kids after school. It's great that we have police at the schools, but the kids leave and go home. What are the opportunities for recreation, for libraries to be heavily involved upstream before they get to the most expensive, the most incident significant, expensive reactive is police. So anything we can move upstream for services, I think it'll be more cost effective and will have the needs better met, which is why I'm a huge advocate of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. The concerns in the OPP Auditor General's report have been raised. They've been identified as not having enough officers. I also understand that they're hiring right now. So I think the needs have been identified, and I think that they are actually addressing the shortfalls in their service.
Okay, thank you. In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
As you may know, Lindsay, I don't actually hire staff. So yes, we did have the organizational review done, and it identified gaps in our local organization. And I would say that we have had staff turnover. The needs of staff are different than they maybe ever were before. You think getting an email is kind of easy. When you get 100 emails, when you get emails about items that you're not familiar with yet because of changing legislation, the needs for staff really change. So handling the day-to-day operations, we've implemented customer service strategy. We hope that when somebody comes in, a member of the public comes in, all of their questions are asked, paperwork that they need is supplied. We definitely have good cooperation in certain areas, and you can see that flow and function. But as an organization, we need to address those gaps that still remain, and most certainly staffing is one of those. So you've mentioned succession planning. We have some very good staff that most certainly have worked their tails off for West Grey and have done their bit. And so we need to be able to have a strategy for our organization and making sure that all new legislative gaps are identified, working through the items that are duplicative, if there is any, and making sure that everybody understands their role and function and how they interact with the residents. That really, that's our first point of contact for a lot of items. So I think it's really important that we make sure we do pay a competitive wage. We did increase wages last year based on this organizational review and review of our competition, our competitors that are also hiring for these positions. And we've made sure that we have a living wage. We've made sure that we are comparative to our counterparts, and that we are addressing the gaps that we do have. I think sometimes there's a lot of passion in West Grey, and I think if people knew that municipal jobs were really for them, they might want this training, and they might actually see themselves in our organization, which when you have somebody who's passionate about where they live, we just all do a better job together. They know how much it means to the public. So,
thank you. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Thank you for the question. Asset management is one of the reasons I think I really want to continue working on council. We as West Grey have an initial asset management plan that will be required to be updated in 2024, 2025. This is actually a really great plan because it identifies out our hard services, water, sewer, underground, roads, bridges, sidewalks, signs even, So we will have to not only make sure we've identified those, but to keep up on the plan. making sure that we provide enough budget money to maintain the plan. I would like to see us do more than maintenance. We've been maintaining, somewhat floundering at the maintenance, bridges being the example, but I think we could do better at that. We have these bridge studies, we have bridge inspections every 2 years. We can keep making that asset management plan better, more accurate as we move forward. Also, taking into account how much money we need to provide for these items, is that maybe years past a bridge was $1 million. We're not seeing bridges at $1 million. We cannot get out the duct tape. There's some things we're going to have to save on so that we can even get to the bridges, but even we still currently have a lower interest rate, and so to that point, is it possible that we could do 5 or 10 bridges in a term that we would finance those bridges and then pay it back? So we have to also be cognizant of our debt ceiling. But during the budget process, I will make sure I vote to keep the tax increases reasonable and accountable to our asset management plan. I will support bridges that rebuild really the connectivity within West Grey, making sure we have enough budget money for every project, and making sure that we provide that information to the public too. I think it's nice that we have these bridge reports, but people don't see where their bridge is at. They don't see if it's in the next 5 years, the next 10 years. Their road, where is my road at? Tell me it's on a list somewhere and tell me how much it's gonna cost. That may change as we get information annually, and that list may need to shift. But I think a public-facing document where you could see your bridge, your road, and know that we're getting to it. I think you'll understand that we have a plan, that we're financing the plan, and that we're on track with the plan. I'd also like to see that we as West Grey would commit a certain percentage of our annual budget to bridges and roads. That way our public works could know that we have a specific amount in the budget that we're guaranteeing for bridges and roads. And to that point, they could possibly, potentially, get tenders out earlier, get more competition on those bridge and culvert and road projects, hopefully obtaining better tender pricing. So I think if we're able to plan and move some of those things a little closer to the beginning of the year, and obviously with the budget, we need to be preparing budgets that are out at the beginning of the year so everybody can carry on and do their work throughout the year. Asset management is one of my favorites. It's not real sexy, but it is really something important that we all use the bridges and roads. It doesn't matter if you're in town or out of town. It's one of those things that transcends rural and urban. We most certainly need to make sure that we have the bridges and the roads for connectivity. All of our ancestors, all the people that lived here before us, built these corduroy roads, and they're probably worth fixing. So how do we do it? How fast can we get to it? We have a plan. Let's fund the plan and let everybody know how we're actually going to achieve more bridges open, better roads for our community.
Thank you. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with Indigenous communities?
Okay, Lindsay, I welcome the question because everyone in West Grey should feel that this is their place of belonging. We all bring different attributes and experiences to West Grey. Maybe you're homegrown and you've been here forever. You really understand the lay of the land, maybe why we have to do something a specific way. But there might be new opportunities. We've been 21 years since amalgamation. We've done things a certain way. We really want to have that diversity and inclusion so that we hear other people's ideas, making sure that we're really open ears, listening, and welcoming of the information that they're presenting. I am familiar with the local immigration partnership through Grey County. We have cultural experiences at the library, lots of opportunity for people to share through committees of council. I've called often for more public participation. let's get the answer right. If you put your input and the next person gives their input, we're hearing the differences, and hopefully those differences can be addressed, researched, and then be able to provide a wholesome, better for everybody answer. So I really do welcome everyone's input. I mean, I'm not from here, but I think what I have to give is important, and I'd like to hear everybody else's opinion too about how they see their West Grey and how they see themselves belonging in West Grey.
Thank you for that. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have proper educational facilities to accommodate the increasing growth?
Okay, a couple years ago there was,
I'll just let you answer the question. It's okay.
Can you read the question again?
Yeah. Okay.
Can I do another question?
There's just certain order. There's certain order.
Okay.
So I'll go. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have the proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
So in West Grey, we have some unique situation on education. We have lots of elementary schools. We don't actually host a high school here in West Grey. So some people may not see that overlap of not having something as impacting our community. But a lot of our kids will actually go away to school outside of West Grey and then come back to West Grey 4 or 5 p.m. And we'd like them to contribute. We'd like them to be part of our recreation team, part of our horticulture, groups. We want them to be part of committees of council. I think there are lots of opportunities for kiddos to participate in recreation activities, but the schools, I'd like to see some of those volunteer hours come back to our community. We know the kiddos are coming back in the afternoon, and we should have them helping shape our community.
Okay, thank you so much, Rebecca, for taking the time out to meet with me today. I'm sure the community and those listening will really appreciate hearing what you have to say.
Thank you very much, Lindsay and Andrew, for the opportunity.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
We're here with Stephen Townsend, who's running for mayor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. How are you today, Stephen?
Thanks, Lindsay. I'm really good, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on my platform.
No, thank you for being here. We're really excited, and I'm sure the constituents will be really happy that they got to hear what it is that you have to say about all the topics. So we'll start nice and easy for you. Why are you running for West Grey Council?
I've seen where West Grey has attained their status and where they are compared to other municipalities in Grey County. I'm disappointed as to where we are, and so I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to stay where we are. So I'm looking to move forward with someone who has the proven track record, get things done, and has the skills to do even better.
Perfect. So originally we were supposed to be in the art gallery, but luckily for me, you were able to do this virtually. But how would you support the growth and expansion of the arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
Thank you for that question. We have a huge art and talent group within this area, anywhere from painting to music to almost whatever you can think of. And there is no real good outlet other than the gallery. I think it would be an amazing thing to actually be able to promote, attract people, etc. So as part of our strategic plan, that's something that is to be included, to look at how we can do that. I think it would be unfair to me to try to second guess that or even come close to it, but at least it's on the radar.
Thank you. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of our downtown cores and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Wow, you couldn't have hit a soft spot if you tried. I'm on the Economic Development Committee, and we've been working on that. That's why it's only taken me 3 years, but we are actually doing a strategic plan, and it's called an Economic Development Strategic Plan. We've done a business mix analysis with the help of the county. We've interviewed all our stakeholders, which means businesses, whether retail, whether it's commercial, industrial, whatever category you want to give. We've talked to the major service organizations. We've contacted healthcare. We've contacted the Board of Education. We've tried to hit everyone we can possibly think of. There will be an opportunity for the public to contribute as well before we finalize that plan, like every other major document. So, for example, one of the initiatives that is underway now is the revitalization of the downtown cores. And what I mean by that is you start with the primary settlement areas, which is Durham and Neustadt. And the plan for Durham was fully done. And I'll say the fully done draft, if you will, for critiquing, and that's happened. The Neustadt one wasn't as robust, and it didn't have enough in it. So that is being redone. And as a result, the Neustadt business owners have all got together, and they're looking at how they are going to contribute a lot more than they have in the past. And they've recognized things like hours, types of business, having a good spread of types of businesses, like the business mix type thing, is important to them. So this is not something that I can say I will do, but it is something that I say is happening.
Thank you for that. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part of the sentence.
Sure,
Sorry.
yeah, no. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I don't like the idea of being able to buy yourself out of green space. Let's start with the most obvious. So, yeah, they have to have so much green space for playground, whatever, or you pay $500. I'm sorry, that's almost insulting. You know, if you're going to have a playground, you're going to have some development, you really should have that. I don't know legislatively if we can make that change, but those are the kind of things that I'd be looking for. In addition, you don't want to be taking your best land and developing it if you can avoid that. There are going to be situations where you can't. And the reason I say that is people are going to buy land. Once they own it, the Planning Act or the provincial legislation restricts what you can do and what you can't do. So I couldn't go through the number of rules. There's way too many, and I don't know them all anyway. But the real key is that you can't say that it's always going to be compatible, if you will, and you can't say there won't be times when you win and lose. Dark Skies, for example, has got some changes made already, excuse me, which helps. But I think the other thing is that you can't go too far to push development away. It's just not going to happen. The province won't let you. Every municipality has growth targets according to the province, and I don't know what they are. I've seen them in the past, but I'm not at that level in West Grey, so I don't know exactly how they did it this time. And so, again, you can do the best you can within the legislation, but the little things we can do, we should do, and we should try to do as many of them as we can.
Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say, "Save the West Grey Police." I'd like to break this question into two parts. So the first part, and it's very long, but the question's pretty short.
Right.
The West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget. It is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, and I was corrected yesterday, the closest attachment is in Chatsworth and Walkerton, and there's a satellite site in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
Let's answer your last question first. I have no idea about the building because the OPP costing came in, but we have seen no results. We will not see them till January. So they could have easily asked for a building. I do not know that.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me if they did, though. That's number one. The second or first question, I guess, is that about is a building needed? Is that going back to that?
It's just, yeah. Do you support building a new police station?
Yes, I do. Something's going to have to happen. You know, I've seen the old one. I've gone to a tour. An officer took me through it, showed me every nook and cranny. So I do believe it is required. The problem with just saying yes is that what will the size of that building be? we've tried to work with the police chief during budget cycle until it became the police services board that we were dealing with, and he was not willing to back off on his budget. He suggested we go to arbitration. The board hasn't really talked to us, and when they did, they weren't very cordial, and they definitely were not collaborative. And people get upset when I say that, but it's the truth. So when I've been answering questions, my statement is, we will get everything by the end of January. That will educate us in some ways. It may not be enough, but it will give us more knowledge than we have because we've been unable to get any information through the board. We still have not met with them, and the first invite went out through me after I seconded the motion to do the OPP costing. There is no commitment, no approval to go OPP. Through the process, we will learn what service levels they offer. We'll learn the minimum that they have to do by law. I'm not saying it's adequate from our standards, but it's what has to be done by law. So from that perspective, we need to understand and get that first. Again, I will invite the Police Services Board to seriously meet with council and work with us to come up with a solution that meets the needs of all. The growing cost of 1/3 of our tax levy is unacceptable and unsustainable. It is not, we want to get rid of West Grey Police. The Police Association changed that story when they came out and said, save the police. But it's not sexy to say, oh, they're going to do a comparative cost. It's sexy to say they might be getting rid of us. And that's where that came from. I truly believe that. And there's no intention of insulting anybody because I've been accused of that before. It really is saying that is what's happening. If they want to sit down, we can do that. But it just is not sustainable. And there was in the development charge calculation in 2020 an assumption of 8 more officers by 2031. That says we're going to grow. At what pace and for what reasons? We have no clue, and no one will explain it. Other than per head count, I've asked, what is the requirement of population per police head count, and what are we at? I asked that probably a month and a half ago. I still don't have an answer. So until you get those questions answered, it's really hard to say that, you can define the size of a building. If we build what's there, it's 8 to 10 million back in 2021. So what is it now? I don't know. 80,000 to learn and to be able to hedge your bet before you dig in too deep with a 30-year mortgage, then it's worth it. It truly is. It's a good investment, regardless of what some people may think.
Okay, thank you for that. This next question might be redundant, but you might have additional comments because I think you kind of did that fully, but I want to make sure that you get the option to respond to the next question as well. Okay. So the second part of it is West Grey has community policing. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increasing cost of providing these services and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the policing services has been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities. But with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. In 2021, value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since the last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
Okay, first of all, the percentage of a budget is not relative to the impact on the budget. So, for example, the library has, $500,000, 400,000. So they go up 10%, it's 40,000, right? You go up 10% on the police budget, it's 400,000, right? If you go a quarter of that, you're up to still $100,000, right? You're still 2.5 times what it would be for the library. So the percentage is irrelevant. It's the actual dollar. So if you say at the end of 2018, it was 3 million, and now it's 4, that's a third in 4 years. If I divide that by 4, that's over 8% a year when you began with 3. That's a huge number. If you add 8 people, you got 22 now, take a third, don't have any inflation, you're literally going to add at least another million plus onto that. So again, you have to be very careful when we use numbers that way. The auditor's report, a lot of the data was gathered over time, number one. I don't know what will come back from the costing, so I'd need to see that to comment on some of the rest. Our conversations, my conversations, whoever's conversations with others that have it, will tell you right away that some are happy with it, some aren't. Some want more and they've bought more. They're still way below. If I look at Grey Highlands, they have roughly the same space as us, or like 6 square kilometers more or something. They have about 1,500 less people than we do, and they're running at 1.9 million versus 4. So we need to do this to get an idea of, like I said, the cost of the minimum, and yes, the cost will go up here too, right? Like the salaries in that are not governed by us; they're governed by the province. So I don't know where they're going to go, and my understanding is that benefits are higher at OPP, et cetera, but we'll deal with that when we get all the information, because they'll project your longer impact, at least for a short period of time. I'm not sure how long it'll be these days, but that's what the costing will tell us. So I really don't like speculation. I'm analytical. I like numbers. I like to see the facts. When I see the facts, I'll give you a better answer.
In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators. When compared to local area municipalities in this review, between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
Okay, thank you for the question. I am familiar with staffing numbers, and as it turns out, I did get a summary report, not related to this, totally unrelated, but someone actually made a comment to me when I was knocking on doors and visiting people that had asked to see me. And it was interesting. We really have not gone up as much as people think. We've got up a few headcount from where we started. We had people shortly after 6 months, whatever, after we became council. And there were these were people who committed to staying on until after we kind of got settled, and then they would leave, and then slowly people have retired and moved on to other jobs, as normally happens in an organization. So while people may be seeing a lot of people come and go, the actual ultimate numbers are not as high as you may think. So I could provide them at some point. I don't have them with me at this point. I didn't know that was going to be your question, but I can definitely provide them. The other thing, though, that's important to note, that there's multiple ways of actually dealing with workload. One is controlling what you accept. 2 is looking for process improvements and efficiencies. And the third one is then hiring more people. I'd prefer to do them in exactly the opposite order than where I finished, but the same order as I said them. There are ways to do that, and we should be looking at them. For example, if you have a complaint process, you can get tons and tons of complaints, but you could spend half an hour, eliminate the problem. So maybe they all go away. So you could reduce your complaints by 10% on that one particular item immediately, and probably entirely when you're done, once people realize it's happened. So it's those kind of things is where I think we need to look at, not just hiring more people. That doesn't mean more people won't come in the future. We're growing. We're going to have more. There's more work. There's going to be more roads. There's going to be more recreation to be serviced and held, and probably more maintenance on some of our facilities to get used more. So from that perspective, yeah, it's a balancing act, but I do think you have to look at both ends of that spectrum.
Thank you so much for that, Stephen.
Okay.
How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Okay, so that's an interesting one. During this term, I've actually worked through the CAO with staff to change the process for how we do bridges. What I mean by that is we give the director a certain set of dollar amounts for whatever services they are, bridges in particular in this example. So we'll say you get $1 million this year, you choose the bridges you do. And the way that's determined is based on 3 or 4 different measurements or criteria. So it'll be things like the condition of the bridge, the traffic volume, the emergency services, things like that, right? And the amount of people that actually get impacted if there's closure. So you look at all those and you rank them. So they'll go 1 to 106 because that's what we've got, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. So council could say, let's do bridge number 23. That makes no sense. The reason it doesn't is because they go 1 to 106. 1's the worst. Why would you do 26? It makes no sense. That's why the Kennedy Bridge didn't get done in 2020. It was wrong. It was too far down the line. Within 15 months of reversing that decision, and I admit I lobbied to get that done, and we got it reversed. Within the 15 months following that, we had 5 bridge failures that were in more dire straits than that one. So from that perspective, if we keep doing that, our insurance company will figure that out, and our insurance rates will go up because we become a higher risk. One of those bridge failures involved a truck going through the deck. A tire went through. What if the whole truck had gone through? What if the person had been injured or killed? We'd have had a huge, huge lawsuit and claim. Why would we allow or even expose ourselves to that kind of risk? Right? Sorry, it's just wrong. My last comment on the asset management is that we now have an asset management plan. We now need to put everything together so every asset is scheduled and is scheduled and costed, so we know what our future is. We know how we're going to have to fund it and when. We should also be working with the province to do exactly the same thing. That's how you manage assets. You don't allow an uncertified person. That's why we have engineers do bridge reviews every second year. We pay for that. Why would we ignore them? So that's the way you should manage assets. And if we do it right and we plan right, we can spread out our costs to the actual condition of the asset, and we should get it done. And we won't have assets that haven't been done for 35 years, 40 years, and yet assets that have been done twice in the last 20.
Yeah, thank you for that. Next question. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ plus community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with Indigenous communities?
Thank you for the question. I think that we underestimate the impact of those situations, whether it be that the people are uncomfortable to come out in society because of the way society treats them, or whether the way people treat them because they look at them wrong. They don't do anything wrong. They just know they've been labeled and that kind of thing. And there's really 2 ways to do that. The first one is you provide the services that are needed for people that are struggling. It's not only mental health that's the issue. It's also the way that people are identified by others inappropriately, without any kind of cause or reason. They're just being mean. They're judgmental, and frankly, they're not the kind of people that I would want to associate with. I realize that doesn't answer your question initially, but I think it gives you some idea of what I feel about folks that do that. Personally, I wouldn't tolerate it. I know people that are across that breadth of different labels of categorizations, if you will, of people that you mentioned. And, I will defend them to the end. And I just don't like the fact that that happens. And I've done that and will continue to do it. It's the same with racism. There's no difference, right? And I know we passed a policy back, I think it was 2021, might have been 2020, time just runs very quickly, but it's in that time frame. I can figure out the number. But the thing that bothered me, it was only against colored people. It wasn't against all people. And that really bothered me. And I tried to get that changed because it's going to work, and it is working the other way. I still remember the NDP putting an ad in the Toronto Star that said white males need not apply for jobs because they felt too many jobs were going to white males. I mean, if that isn't racist and discrimination, I don't know what is. And it's also not allowed according to the Human Rights of Canada Act, right? So you get into these kind of things, if you're going to see shifts, and once you start putting color in anything, or you label one versus the other, you're actually bringing in racism or discrimination. And you have to be really careful of that. We have a lot of friends that fit every category of what you've mentioned, and we don't even blink.
Thank you for that. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have the proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
Okay, the first comment is, if we hadn't had COVID, I could give you a much better answer. I was appointed to a youth committee.
Oh, okay.
It actually never happened because of COVID, which is really a shame because there's always a lot you can do. I like the $10 a day camping that's available. We have grandchildren that have come up here to go to camps because they're more nature driven than they are down in the city, right? And so why not? They pay their fair share. Don't worry. It's not like we're here scrounging off. It's the fact that, they come and visit. We're glad to have them for the summer, but they like the outside as well. So we kind of balance the evenings with us and the days out at the camp, if that's the way it works. So those are the kind of things that I think we need to keep enhancing. We need to look at what is common, popular at the time, because that will shift. As different generations come around, I may have played baseball all day or played hockey in the winter, but not everybody does that anymore. There's people that want to do other things. And so you have to be up with that too. And it can't be just computer and games because that isn't healthy or educational. So you got to have a nice switch up once in a while. But obviously, I'm interested in looking to see what we can do, how we can do it, and what we can afford. And again, it's one of the reasons we're looking at every single service. And also the trick is you always look for process improvements. They're out there.
Thank you for that. What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
Okay, woodlands are protected by the county forest management policy, right? So that's pretty good. The wetlands are protected in so many ways from federal down, and we've got the conservation authorities close to us that will help protect them as well. The real problem is climate change, to be honest. With the change in climate, you're going to get higher water tables, you're going to get all kinds of other things that Mother Nature will take care of. How that happens, and it's going to become a bigger problem for where you can develop and what's at risk. And I don't know how you project that, say, 20 years out. So if you build a home today, if we keep saying, 2050 is when we're going to have problems, will that home be there in 2050? So somehow you need to have that built into the Planning Act and the approvals processes to make sure that you're not going even in the lowlands where that water source may become a bigger requirement in order to survive. And I mean, as a human race, not necessarily just as that house.
Thank you for that. Only 3 more questions. What would be your top actions to attract and retain newcomers and immigrants to our community?
I think being able to make room, make the, or have the municipality be welcoming. And I think you've seen some of that with the Ukraine. We had a few, I say we, those who attended the Wardens Conference in the summer got a look at that, through the different organizations that the county's working with. And we can definitely tap into that. And I don't think we tap into that enough. There's resources there we can use and should use where possible. And that's how we make the environment that's there. I still think you might get some initial reluctance from some people, but I think you're going to get that regardless of where they go and where they settle. So it's just showing how good our municipality is and what we offer that I think will attract them.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on Sunday gun hunting?
I'm not a hunter, and I'm not going to answer it. I saw the reaction when it came up, when they made one decision and then the other group came in and it went, yeah, I'm not a hunter, so it doesn't matter to me from that point of view. Safety would be my biggest concern, whatever that means.
Okay, thank you for that. So now that you've come to the end and answered all my questions, is there anything else you would like to share or pitch?
Yeah, the only other thing that I really, really think is critical to this community is healthcare that is not at the level it has to be. I think I was on the hospital foundation and became the chair of that. I was also on the hospital board, and I became vice chair of that. And I left only because I ran for election. Otherwise, I could have still been there. I still have a soft spot for it. I work for an insurance company that obviously is in the healthcare sector. So from that point of view, you understand a lot of it from the bottom up. How you set the rates, how you pay claims, how you can avoid claims, how you shouldn't avoid claims. It's all over the map. But the real point is we need to invest in that. I believe the municipality needs to step up and help sell West Grey as a place for a doctor to be. Young families would love it here rather than being in a major center. They're safer to grow up. It's healthier to grow up. There's lots to do here. So from my perspective, I'm really going to be pushing that in the upcoming term, that we actually step up and put some dollars behind it and help them out.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I know that you weren't feeling well, so I very much appreciate you accommodating this interview. And good luck.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate the opportunity again.
We are here with Paige Crewson, who's running for councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. Good morning. How are you, Paige?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you so much for taking the time to come out and meet with me. I know that you're really busy, so I'm sure the constituents will really appreciate that.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
First question, why are you running for West Grey Council?
I came to West Grey officially at the beginning of the pandemic and was basically isolated for 2 years. And I honestly just wanted to become involved in the community and get to know people. I was inspired by a family friend years ago who was the reeve of his local township and eventually a warden, and reminded me in those days of what a politician ought to be. And so I thought I might run for council and try and follow his example.
Thank you for that. We were supposed to be at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
Well, I think that's an excellent question, because I look around at some of the neighboring communities and some of their biggest successes around development of their communities and economic development of their communities has been arts and culture based. Flesherton's a really good example where we now have art galleries and things that are drawing people in. One of the things that has been that's come to my attention is the fact that we don't really have a farmer's market. And I know farmer's markets are you think fruit and vegetables, but when I've traveled, there were markets, night markets, particularly in Thailand. In northern Thailand, there was a night market in a city called Chiang Mai, and travelers would go hours and hours out of their way to go to Chiang Mai for the night markets. And the night markets, they had the fruits and vegetables, but they also had live music. They had local artists displaying their arts. They had crafts from the local communities. It was a really interesting mix, and it was an opportunity for people to kind of show what they do, whether they were musicians, whether they were artists, whether they were craftsmen. And it was a great place to buy local crafts. And I just thought, we've got a lot of talented people around here. We've got the new management in the art gallery. We've got lots of things to offer, but we don't do a really good job of advertising that to people from outside of Durham. So my thought was that if we could stop some of the multitudes of cottagers and skiers and things that go through here on the weekends, we might be able to, helping our local businesses if they're open at those hours, also help people who aren't necessarily businesses but are involved more in the arts community. It's a small point, but I came across in Halifax, Nova Scotia, along the boardwalk there's this painted area, which is a kid's walkway. It's aimed at children, and it's basically instructions that go on for a distance of like skip in this area, leapfrog in this area, spin in this area, run in this area. It's done with these cute little images that are all kind of nautical and ocean themed there. But something like that, where you had local artists commissioned to do something. I mean, that was paint. It was probably done for apart from the artist fees or whatever, it was probably done for a few $100s, but really effective. And I thought something like that, where we had artists come in and did something similar, perhaps, leading into the conservation area in Durham or in the Lions Park at Newstead, or, one or more of our facilities around the township.
That's actually a really interesting idea. I'll make sure I share that with the new executive director of the Durham Art Gallery. I guess it kind of ties into my next question is, how will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Well, I think one of the biggest problems we have is for small business owners is actually finding staff right now. There's a real challenge finding young people to work in businesses. And I think one of the reasons for that is the lack of affordable housing. People just simply can't afford to live and work in a community. I mean, I know somebody who has a full-time job working in one of our communities and was homeless last year. And I couldn't believe it when I heard it. She's a hard worker. She has stable employment, and she couldn't find anywhere to live. She was living in a trailer with no running water and no heat, other than a little propane heater or something, not living up to basic standard of living because she had nowhere to live. Because she had nowhere to live. And I think, how do you attract people to come into the area to work at these businesses when they can't afford to live here? So the council has taken some fantastic steps towards improving our ability to put second homes on lots, to put trailers and mobile homes and things on empty lots. I think more steps could be taken. And I think we need to start really encouraging developers to mix their residential so that there are more attainable housing sizes. The average home is now selling 6, 7, 8, 900,000, depending which community you're in. And how is the person supposed to start? And so that's sort of one of my biggest concerns, and I think it's a concern for a lot of people. And yeah, it's not necessarily about supporting the businesses, except that the businesses can't thrive if the community doesn't thrive. So apart from that, I'd also like to see, I think people are more likely to come into a community shop if there's more things to do there, more things to purchase there. So, if you have 10 empty storefronts, the 2 shops that are left aren't going to thrive, most likely, unless it's a gas station or something that's a service that people really need. So I do support a suggestion that was made by one of the other councillors, which was, de-incentivizing, or in fact penalizing owners of commercial properties that are left vacant. They get, from what I understand, they get tax breaks at the moment, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. And then the other thing I think would be, we have some fantastic events, and I think our shopkeepers and our local businesses have suffered from the lack of events in the last 2 years. So supporting those events, again, having a further event. And I also think, trying to attract businesses that will support what we have here or complement what we have here already. We've got this amazing facility. Again, I'm sorry to use Durham as the example, but we have this conservation area. It's got a campground where people, park trailers for an entire season. But there's really not a lot to attract the people who are coming to the campground into the community. There's a pharmacy, a grocery store, and a gas station. But, if there was more awareness of our art galleries and our artists and other things, I think we could capitalize again on that. But we do have a chamber of commerce. We do have business associations, and there's lots of people that could put their heads together to come up with some solutions there. Well, there are things that can be done in development that can minimize the impact. And in fact, often new homes are less of an impact than old homes. because old homes need to be retrofitted. I mean, I have a house that's, it's more than 100 years old. It's got no insulation in the front half of the house and the walls because it's solid masonry, and that was the way buildings were constructed. If you put a brand new house next to me, it's going to be R2000 design. It's a new house next to me will be R2000 design. It's going to have full height basement insulation. It's going to have tight windows, we hope. It's going to have a much lower environmental impact than the house that I'm living in now. So, we can put in, the thing is, when you put in a new development, you can take measures to reduce the impact, like, having non-solid driveways, or ensuring that all of the lighting is down lighting so that it doesn't cause light pollution. You can take steps to ensure, and actually having people in the communities, in the smaller communities, actually prevents a lot of driving and, sprawl out to what they call urban sprawl, where communities, come out to the countryside where you have 1 acre or 2 acre lots in the middle of farmland, and these people are commuting in and out of cities, but not really contributing to the agricultural economy. And so, again, Ayton wants natural gas, and Elmwood, I think, wants natural gas. And, that's actually probably an improvement from fossil fuel perspective, from the consumption of fossil fuels perspective, because if they're using oil at the moment, it's a cleaner fuel. So it's all steps in the right direction. I think it's not about avoiding or preventing development. It's about making the right decisions development. And a lot of that is controlled by bylaws and by approvals of plans, which the municipality is directly involved in. So we can have an impact there. We can have development. We could make a decision that we want to be an environmentally conscious community, and all new buildings are going to be, beyond the minimum standards. We could, if we had small housing, for example, smaller townhomes are more environmentally efficient than large mansions. So, it's and even your standard 3-bedroom home. Sorry, So I don't think the two things are necessarily at odds. In fact, modern technology, modern development is actually usually more environmentally sustainable than what exists already. So I think there's room to work there.
Of course. Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. I don't know if you've noticed.
I have.
Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say "Save the West Grey Police." I'd like to break this question into 2 parts. And bear with me, they're a little long. The question's short. I just have a little bit of information that I've kind of researched and want everyone to kind of have the same information going into the question. So the first question, the West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget, it is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest detachment is in Chatsworth and Walkerton, and there is a satellite site in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
Well, if we were to go down the path, so first of all, assuming that we kept our new police force, yes, I support that we should be building a new building. I think it's, if we're not meeting the needs of the police force, we're not meeting the needs of the community. If that's been determined by an independent body, that the building's not up to meeting the needs of the police force, then by all means, yes. From what I understand, whether we switch police forces or not, we're still actually going to require a new building, because from what I've been told, the existing locations wouldn't be able to support covering our area, because they need additional staff, et cetera, anyway. So the chances are we'd be required to build a new building one way or another. So I think it makes sense, honestly. It doesn't make sense to build a police station until we know what we're doing. Because why would we invest funds if we are considering a different alternative? I mean, it would make sense that whatever police force we end up gets the building that they require. If they don't require a new building, that's a different story. If we were to change, and for some reason that change led to us not needing the building, then it would have been somewhat silly to have spent taxpayer money creating it. But I suspect we would need it. So yes. So to summarize all of that, on the assumption that the West Grey Police stays, yes, I think they do need a new building, and I would support the construction of that. If the West Grey Police didn't stay, then it wouldn't make sense to have built the building. So because of that, I do think we should delay. But I don't think this issue should drag on and on. I think we need a resolution of it, and we need it soon. Okay, second part of your question?
Yes, it did. No, and I don't think you're the only one that feels that way. So the second question is, West Grey has community policing, as you know. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increase in the cost of providing these services and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services have been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities in Ontario, but with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since their last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
Okay. Well, the costing is frankly a done deal. I mean, we've gone out, we've paid a consultant, we've hired them, we have a contract with them, we're bound by it. So it's, we're arguing over something that's already been done. I am always of the opinion that information is power. Now, I think some of the information should have been available through Freedom of Information Act requests and other things. However, the reality is, the staff in the municipal offices are already overworked and don't have, bandwidth to deal with this. There are experts out there. I would have liked to have seen it handled slightly differently in that regard, but again, the ship has sailed. So we have a costing coming in. It would make sense for us to take advantage of the information. Now, I'm a lawyer. It's what I do for a living. I make decisions and I give advice to people. And the biggest struggle I have is getting the complete picture before I give my advice, because you can't make an educated and informed decision without information. So there's already some pretty glaring red flags around the OPP that are coming out of their own value for money audit, right? If they're short officers, they're not responsive. I mean, my personal experience has been consistent with that. That's not what we want. But, is West Grey Police more expensive simply because it's a better service, or is there something else going on? I mean, I don't have a problem with someone asking questions. If the police department, I don't think the police department has been singled out for any reason other than the fact that it is the biggest departmental budget of the municipality. And it's been apparently 20 years since amalgamation without any real detailed analysis of the budget and the growth. Now, I've spoken to some police officers and I've heard anecdotally that part of the reason that the West Grey Police budget has increased dramatically in the last 2 years is because we've had officers who've been off on WSIB, and the chief has done what's been needed to get them back into the force. So I think I was told it was 6 officers who are back on the force, and that's 6 more salaries we're paying that we weren't paying 3 years ago because the WSIB was paying their salaries. So there's a legitimate increase there. If you look at the price of gas, the price of everything right now in terms of commodities, everything's increasing dramatically. So I don't necessarily think that there's anything sinister behind the increase in their budget, but it does ask questions when councillors are asking for transparency about the detail of the budget on a timely basis and being denied that information. It's, as taxpayers, we should all be questioning that, because it's not like we're dealing with national security concerns. It's not like we're worried about state secrets that are going to put people in jeopardy if this information is disclosed. So I'm a little alarmed, actually, that somebody who starts asking questions has become actually, I think, a target for a lot of vitriol. And I don't think that wanting to look at the budget equates to wanting to change the police force. So I have no trouble around asking questions. I think that's the job of the representatives of the people, is to ask the tough questions to make sure that taxpayers are getting the value for money. We want to know that our police are keeping our community safe. We want to know that our officers are safe while they're doing their job. We want to know that they have the right budget for that. We want to know that the budget is actually going to the benefit of the officers and to the service that they provide. So I don't see there is costing on the table because it gives you a comparison to say, what would you get for the same price if you had something different, and why is the price different? But I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think we need to jump to the conclusion that we need a new police force. It may be that we actually just need to have a closer look at fiscal management, and it may be that everything's actually fine. But you won't. Even the people who have the questions won't be comfortable unless they can establish that that's correct. And sometimes it's just about explaining to people so they understand why something is the way it is. I don't think I'm going to get through 13 questions today.
Okay. If you're passionate about something, we will, you just focus on those things.
Or if you're
in the
long-winded.
2020, it's okay. You're not the only one. In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
I think it's very easy from the outside to look at something and say there's too many people there and they don't do anything. You walk into the municipal offices and you see people sitting at their desks, and they take a minute to get up and deal with you, and they're usually quite friendly when they do. But it doesn't look like a hive of activity like a trading floor or a newspaper office. It doesn't mean people aren't hard at work, and it doesn't mean that people aren't working beyond the hours that you can actually see when the office is open. It's without having sat in the office myself and without having, experienced what's going on in the office, I only have anecdotal stories to go by. But I do think that more staff are needed. I mean, I understand a lot of council decisions have been referred back to staff for further reports and things, and it's creating a bottleneck, and it's preventing the municipality from being effective. I think it's about having the right people in the right places and the right roles filled. So yes, I am supportive of increasing staff. If people saw things moving quickly, people only complain about the number of staff or whatever it is if things are going wrong. And I think, if their concerns aren't addressed quickly or whatever their issue is. I mean, personally, I've had good experience with the staff when I've gone into municipal offices or anything I've had to deal with. I do understand that there is a bottleneck because of shortages. So yes, I do support. All right, one more question if we can manage it.
How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Well, it's sometimes a little bit of one or the other. Nothing's free in this world. No such thing as a free lunch. So, if we want things to be maintained, we have to do it properly. And studies and experience have shown for decades, if not centuries, that maintaining something is far cheaper than having to replace it or having to deal with it when it's been improperly maintained. So, it's it's objective. It's not subjective. Things need to be done. They have a certain cost affiliated with them. You can try and improve the costs. One of the things that's never been discussed is public-private partnerships and whether that would be something that a municipality could look into, which offsets costs. So you basically pay an operator. Somebody comes in with an asset and they build the asset for you, and you pay them maintenance fees, which are elevated over the course of a period of time in order to pay that cost basically over time. So you're basically amortizing the original cost, capital cost. And it's worked very effectively in some places, but it's quite sophisticated, and it requires people to actually understand how it works in order for it to be applied. But I do think if we're going to maintain our assets, we need to do it. It's much harder to fix something. It's easier to fix the leak at the beginning than after the leak has caused water damage to the whole facility. And I'm using that as a metaphor, not literally, but it's much easier to maintain things and to keep them in good repair than it is to repair them after they've been damaged. So yes, it's just a cost and we have to bear it, unfortunately.
I think we have time for one more quick question if you're up for it.
Always.
What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ plus community, homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts in Indigenous communities? And I know that that's a very large scale. So if you want to focus on one, that's fine as well.
I don't think I can answer that question in the time we've got left. Wow. Personally, I think I'm just going to make this as a broad statement rather than actually what I could do from an actions perspective. I saw once a rainbow-colored brassiere, and it said, "I'm not gay, but I'm supportive." And I thought that's the best metaphor. So I'm very left-leaning in a lot of my views, and I do think that Canada's tradition of being a welcoming community is something to be really proud of. And I'm actually extremely concerned about the discord in politics that's feeding into daily life now, where we're seeing a backlash, which I think is coming a lot from globalization and possibly from probably from many on the left side, kind of shoving their agenda down other people's throats. So I think there's a real balance. So, tolerance is bred through familiarity, and bringing different cultures into a community and is actually one of the best ways for people to experience that culture and to lose their fear of it. Whether it's, whether we're talking about Indigenous persons, whether we're talking about immigrants from overseas, from different cultures than our own, whether we're talking about the LGBTQ, and I'm going to miss some of the letters there. LGBT. I think I've got most of them. Okay, I did get
US plus. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's okay.
I did have it for a while, and then it changed. I think that the acceptance comes with exposure. It doesn't come with being told to think differently or speak differently, or being told you're stupid because you don't share views with somebody else, or being told you're naive or backward or old-fashioned. And I think that's where the discord is coming from, because people who struggle to embrace or are fearful possibly and struggle to embrace something that's different from what they're used to are not going to change their views because they're told to, but they are going to get resentful of the people who are telling them. And so I would fully support events. If we had cultural events that involved different cultures, if we had a Ukrainian Day, if we had if we celebrated Diwali, if we did something here that exposed people to different cultures. And, I think Truth and Reconciliation Day has gone a long way. I don't understand why it's become a federal holiday. I don't think giving our federal leaders and, federal workers a day off really does anything for the advancement of, the case of Indigenous persons and the, systemic discrimination and other things that they've experienced. I think we have Indigenous communities right here in West Grey. highlighting that and involving those communities. I was a little disappointed that we didn't have an all candidates meeting specifically targeted at the Indigenous communities that are here. I think there's more that we can do, and I think we should do it. And I think we should do it in a way that celebrates our diversity of cultures, but doesn't demean those who struggle to understand them. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a fair answer to the question, but
No, that's great. Thank you so much, Paige, for taking the time. I know that you're, in the middle of your working day, and we're doing this remotely so that I could get these podcasts out. So I completely appreciate that, and I appreciate your time. And I know all the constituents will, that have access to this information will be glad that they're able to access it. So thank you again.
And thanks, Lindsay, for an ability to actually, answer some of these questions with more than a minute of time to give a response. Even this, it's quite Twitter feed like where you can only give a real soundbite. But it's nice to be able to answer a question with more than one sentence. So thank you.
We try. Thanks so much. Take care.
Take care.
We're here with Doug Townsend, who's running for Councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. How are you today, Doug?
I am fine.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sure the constituents will appreciate it, hearing what you have to say. Why are you running for West Grey Council?
Running for West Grey Council because I ran in 2018, came up 116 votes short. So I want to run again. So I've given, I wanted to keep giving back to my community. We've lived here for 40 years now, and just a way of giving back. I've, since the last election, I've been appointed to the Police Services Board, where I currently sit as vice chair. So, and with the police being a hot button topic this election, it just gives it some added incentive for me to run, although there's a ton of other issues that West Grey needs to deal with. But unfortunately, police will be an issue that will affect the municipality for the rest of its life.
Thank you for that. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of the arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
Well, we need to do a lot to expand that. I know once the last election was over, I did sit on the Economic Development Board for a while, and I know there was a pitch at that point by the art gallery to actually move over and take the space over in the bottom of the Tilton Hilton, as we call it, and that plan was excellent. I mean, it can really be the art gallery, and what they were proposing really be a pillar for the community, and a point where not only people can come in and see art and see things that are done by people in the area, because it's a very rich artistic area. It also be very much a place where they can find out more about West Grey and the places to stop and visit when in West Grey. So from that standpoint, the arts play a very key role in West Grey, because we are so rich in artists and art people in West Grey, yeah.
How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Well, one thing I think West Grey needs to get on with is amalgamation hasn't worked. We've been into it 20-some years now. It doesn't work. We're stuck with it, yes, but we need to, instead of using a cookie-cutter approach to do any of our programs, whether it's economic development or anything like that, we need to let the communities, Durham, Ayton, Newstead, Elmwood, have their own committees to do their own. Other municipalities have gotten it right. Minto is a prime example. Minto, in my opinion, does things right. Clifford has its own, Hairston has its own, Palmerston has its own. It all rolls up to one central agency at the municipal office, but they're all doing their own things. Like, there are so many unique things that Durham can do, but it doesn't work in Ayton and Newstead. And Newstead can do that doesn't work over here. So we need to get away from the cookie cutter approach and get back to standalone communities, even though we are an amalgamated body.
Okay, perfect. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Well, I think we need to work with the developers for one thing, and we also need to get all the bylaws and all the approvals put in place to allow for smaller homes, tiny homes, because when you get those things in your community mix, it's not only going to help, people don't need mansions nowadays. People with, two bodies, prime example is my wife and I, we live in a 2,000 square foot home. We don't need that. We need something smaller. And when you go smaller, it also makes it better for the environment and everything else, because it doesn't take as much to heat, doesn't take as much to maintain. There's so many spin-offs to going to smaller homes. And I think we need to get on with it as West Grey, and we need to take the lead on some of this stuff. And if it's not within our jurisdiction to allow those things to happen, then we need to pass bylaws and take control of our own borders and do our own thing.
Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say, save the West Grey Police. I would like to break this question into two parts. So the first one is the West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget. It is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest attachment is in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
All right. So, yes, the building is needed. Has been needed for over 20 years. The building they work out of now is in terrible conditions. Used to be the former hydro building. I dare to say there's probably PCBs or whatever else in the floor of that building. It's terrible. It needs to be built. Unfortunately, the putting it on pause has probably cost the taxpayers even more money in West Grey. And whether we go OPP or stay municipal, OPP is going to ask us for a building also. The other thing with that, and I've talked to municipalities like Orangeville that have gone OPP, who had new buildings, OPP comes in, it's not to their standards. So Orangeville got stung with another $1.5 million to bring it to OPP standard. So there is going to be a need for a building, whether one way or the other. The whole pausing of it, I don't understand, and why that was done. The whole costing issue, I think could have been handled better. I think there could have been more. If you want to know a costing, and I went into this at the public meeting, if you want to know you want to know what Brockton's paying for their OPP, go ask them. Are they happy with the service? What are they getting? Why do we need to go jump a couple steps and go straight to the OPP for a price, of which the OPP will be looking for a response? I think they want to know by the end of March which way we're going to go. And also, if we choose not to go OPP, are they going to come back and say, well, you asked us to do this costing, okay, here's the bill? Like, they don't do this for nothing. So there's a lot of spin-offs to the whole OPP question. Is OPP going to be cheaper than West Grey Police? No doubt in my mind for the first 3 years, They are going to come in and they are going to give us a sweetheart deal that is going to be half of what we are currently paying as taxpayers. But you're going to get less than a quarter of the service, and people don't realize that. People are simply looking at the cost, not the service that they're getting for that cost. And it's a very slippery slope, because once they're gone, they're gone. You're not going to get them back. And the costs that I hope whoever's doing the costing, M&P or whoever is doing that costing, they can A, compare apples to apples, and B, they have all those other costs in there, like OPP. No, you have 10 vehicles. We don't want those 10 vehicles. You're in charge of disposing of those 10 vehicles. But you know what? We're going to buy 10 new vehicles, and you're going to get the tab for that. And all the other things that are over and above that people just don't realize. Officers' pensions. OPP officers make more than West Grey Police. And if the officers here choose to go OPP, we as municipality have to top up their pensions. There's all these little stuff in behind the main topic that people just don't realize. And I know, as I say, I've been in discussions with people in Orangeville because they have gone through it. And I mean, Orangeville, in the first 3 months, their price went up $800,000 because, oh, what about this? What about that? OPP is saying, you owe us, okay, that's going to cost you more money. So there's a lot more than just a costing. Costing is just scratching the surface.
So some of this might be redundant, what I say next for my second part of this question. But West Grey Community Policing, West Grey has community policing. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increasing cost of providing these services and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need to do the costing in the first place? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services has been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than the police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities. But with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this actually only makes up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since the last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
Sorry, the last time. Do I support the
OPP costing and why?
No, I don't support it at all. It's the police are the largest item on the budget. Therefore, they're the biggest target. Our policing in West Grey over the last 5 years has gone up 1.9% overall in 5 years. The municipal office staff and the things that go on there has gone up 2.8%. So it's gone up more than what the police have. But again, the police are the big ticket item on the budget, so we're an easy target. Therefore, people are taking a run at it. And that's all it is they're trying to get some bang for their buck. As I say, the policing, I mean, with the petitions and everything that was done, the whole thing could have been handled better, I think. Yes, there was some headbutting between council and the police board, and I think that could have been handled better also in hindsight. But it is what it is today. The election will, unfortunately, have to be the referendum, in my opinion. There should have been a question on the ballot about funding the police. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So to me, it boils down to who the people of West Grey elect in the next council will be the referendum on the policing issue.
That's an interesting perspective. I didn't think of it that way. So in 2020, a consolidated organization review of the municipality of West Grey was completed. by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
Well, staffing needs, I really think we need to make sure that the staff we have are doing the right jobs. Unfortunately, like anything else, you never hear the good things. You always hear when something goes awry, like the mailing out of the everybody's PIN numbers for the upcoming municipal election. But things, they need to look at the staffing. They need to look at who's reporting to who, is the proper stuff being reported. And I know, and I'll go back to my days on the economic development, there seems to be a lot of great work being done, and then it gets to a point and all of a sudden it falls off the radar. And those type of things need to be addressed. And some accountability needs to be laid at a few people's feet out there as to how things are being done and going, and if they need additional staff or additional bodies to do it, by all means, let's find a way to fund it and do it. But let's make sure we're working efficiently first.
Thank you. Other big ticket item, how will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
We have to look at new technologies, different ways of doing things to get all those things done. There's so many evolving things nowadays. When you look at roads, what is now a bridge, maybe we can get away with a culvert. Things have changed over the course of the years, and we need to be more proactive. You look at what the county and different municipalities are doing with, before they know there's a snowstorm coming or an ice storm coming, they're applying solvents to the road beforehand to save them time and money. When it does hit, to keep things open, maybe we do the same with sidewalks and those sorts of things. We need to look at, do all the sidewalks need to be open? Is there some we can get away without doing? Is there, the same with bridges. Do we need all the bridges? If there's a bridge on either side of somebody's concession, maybe one is a true bridge so they can get the feed truck and the fuel truck and everybody in, and the other end needs to be a culvert that will just handle pickup truck traffic and those sorts of things. So we need to look at different ways of doing things. We need to look at some out-of-the-box approaches to doing things. So, yeah.
So I'm going to shift it a little bit. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with Indigenous communities?
And I find these questions interesting because I guess I was brought up different. And also I am physically disabled myself. So, people look at, people differently because they fall into a bracket. I was always raised, and this is, I'm just going to go off topic for a little second. My dad was a World War II vet, and he always instilled in us at home, it didn't matter whether they were black, white, native, whatever. They all bled the same color on the battlefield. We're all the same. It's just the covering on us. So I don't see why people get hung up on labeling people a certain way. There are good white people, there are bad white people. There are good indigenous people, there are bad indigenous people. It doesn't matter. It's how the person treats you that is the most important thing. And you should treat everybody like a decent human being until they give you reason to not do that. Through my work with Speedways, I worked for an indigenous individual that owned Jacassa Speedway. Super guy. Great guy. Give you the shirt off his back. I can't see why people get hung up putting labels on other people when there's no need for it in today's society.
What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
Well, we'll have to work with the school boards to ensure that we, maintain our schools and keep our schools and those sorts of things. As for the youth and youth activities, well, I have a 15-year-old granddaughter and a 13-year-old grandson that they always are giving me ideas, and you have to be engaged with them and everything. And I'll go back to my work on the police board. We have in-school programs by our local police officers, so they are in touch with these students. They know what's going on. They see what's going on. They understand the problems that's going on within the school system and what they're hearing. So I think we need to use some of that information as a municipality to create programs to maybe help offset certain things that are going on in the youth environment right now.
What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
Well, we definitely need to protect all those items. The big saw-off is always between development and farmland. Again, it's a tough call. It's chicken and the egg, what do you want more type of thing. It's hard to put... you look at the top of the hill in Durham here, that was farmland that was taken to put that subdivision in. But is the development needed in West Grey? Yes, it is. So it's a really tough saw-off. You got to watch where you're going. But again, if you go back to smaller homes, tiny homes, you can do more development on less land.
Thank you. 3 questions left. So. What would be your top actions to attract and retain newcomers and immigrants to our community?
Top actions, we need to get some jobs. We need to get some industry. And we don't need the days of the big industry. We don't need the interforests with 500 people. We need to attract small business. We need to attract small manufacturers. You're better to have 10 manufacturers that employ 50 people each than one that employs 500, because when the one that employs 500 goes south, you've got a big hit to your municipality. If you have one that leaves that's only employing 50, you can maybe find somebody else and you can suck up those 50 jobs. It's not a huge financial impact on the municipality.
I never thought of it that way. That's an interesting insight. What are your thoughts on Sunday gun hunting? Sunday gun hunting.
Well, it depends. Is it all year round or is it just during deer season? It's an issue that I know a lot of people are on both sides of the coin. I, for one, if it's just during deer season, I don't see the problem with one more day, because unfortunately, BAMIs are wonderful, but they do cause a lot of destruction. They do wreck a lot of vehicles. They do damage crops, and we need to control the population of the deer. So for that instance, I would be for Sunday hunting.
Thank you. After such a tough interview, the final question is there anything else you'd like to share?
The only other thing I'd like to share is I know based on the meetings downtown and stuff, or the chamber had and what was over in Ayton, you don't get a lot of time to talk. And a lot of my biggest focus is the police, because it is something that I feel will impact West Grey for the rest of its life. So it is the key topic to me. And people say I'm stuck on one topic. I'm not stuck on one topic, but it is a very important topic. So that's why I go on about it. There's a ton of other things. Economic development. There's so many things I think we could do there. Newstead is a Hallmark card just waiting to break out, and we need to amplify that. Like, we need to stop having roadblocks. We need to, as I said with Newstead, shut it down on a Friday night or a Saturday in the Christmas season, put out the fire barrels on the street, have the hot apple cider. You got a Hallmark Christmas card. It's another Allura waiting to break out. We just have to harness that and look after it. So there's a ton of issues out there. I'm not just about the police, but there are a ton of issues out there. And I think I have some great ideas, and I would love to represent the people of West Grey at the council table.
Thank you so much, Doug, for your time. I'm sure the people will appreciate hearing you guys get a little bit more time to talk is one of the things I'm trying to do here. So thank you very much, and I appreciate you taking your time out today.
Thank you very much.
We are here with Scott Foerster, who's running for councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. Hi, Scott. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Lindsay.
We'll jump right in. Why are you running for West Grey Council?
I decided to run for West Grey Council back in 2018. I joined the Newstead Recreation Committee after my mom passed away, who was also a member. And I want to continue on with what she had started there and move that committee forward. Then I decided, once the election came, that I could run for council and possibly do more there.
Thank you. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
Well, the recreation includes culture. They haven't done much about culture, but that they could, because there's lots of people of different races have moved into West Grey, so they could have a Jamaican day, a Mexican day, and people could learn about those cultures. Newstead also has the craft show, so that's kind of to do with the arts. Other towns could do something, have an arts fest out in the park.
No, thank you. I never actually thought about doing a culture day. That's interesting. How will you ensure the municipality supports local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Also on the Newstead Recreation Committee, we start the townwide yard sale. Well, the townwide yard sale had nothing to do with the Recreation Committee, but if nobody hosts the day, it doesn't happen. And on the day of the Newstead townwide yard sale, the town's flooded with people. Those people come to town, and when they're in town, they go downtown, and they support the businesses when they're there. I know a couple that came to the first one in Newstead. They went to an open house. They fell in love with the village when they were there, and they bought that house.
Oh, that's a great story. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
I believe that we have to reduce the amount of square footage that's required for a house. Right now it's fairly large. If they can make a smaller footprint, it would be easier on the environment, and it would be more affordable for people to buy.
Yes, I've heard that point quite a lot. It's an interesting take on it. Community policing. It's a very controversial topic during this election. Bear with me on these longer questions. Currently, and if you need me to repeat anything, just let me know. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say, "Save the West Grey Police." I would like to break this question into two parts. So for the first part, the West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget, it is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest detachment is in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
I support building the new building because I heard the current building's full of black mold. And if council decided to go with OPP, I believe they would need a building here.
Thank you. Second question, still about the police. West Grey has community policing. Supporters of OPP costing have concerns about the increase in the cost of providing these services, and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease, and if we have excellent service, why do we need the costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services have been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than the police services. As of 2022, the OPP provides services to 327 of the 444 municipalities, but with larger municipalities having their own police forces, they only make up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since the last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
I believe if we were doing the costing, there shouldn't have been a fee with it. It should have been a quote. You go to get a quote on building a house, you don't have to pay for that quote.
Another little long one, and I swear this is the last longer one. Again, it's mostly just info ahead of time. In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in its review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
There seems like there's a large staff turnover, but I believe staff's getting burnt out. There's a lot of older staff that's getting close to retirement, and there's no one to take their place.
Thank you. This is kind of another hot topic, I think. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
I believe West Grey has to do better at applying for grants and loans. You hear of other municipalities winning grants to fix roads and bridges, and it doesn't seem to happen in West Grey very often.
What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, and those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with Indigenous communities?
West Grey has become more diverse and will continue to become that way as people keep moving up from the cities. They're going to be running our businesses. They're going to be working in their businesses. You just have to treat everyone the same.
Thank you. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have the proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
Recreation is a good thing. There's public skating, roller skating in Newstead every Friday night, minor hockey, lacrosse. There's a lot of opportunities for youth in the area.
What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
We need to protect our farmland, and development should be occurring in our primary settlement areas and our secondary settlement areas, and away from our wetlands and waterways.
Perfect. Just 3 more questions. What would be your top actions to attract and retain newcomers and immigrants to our community?
We need more affordable housing for them.
What are your thoughts on Sunday gun hunting?
Sunday gun hunting is happening in other places other than West Gray. I can see if the hunter isn't able to get anything Monday to Friday, why couldn't they hunt on Sundays?
Thank you so much, Scott, for your time. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure the constituents will love to hear what you have to say. I know that this isn't easy, and people have been, running, just trying to do their best, and a lot of people have declined this offer, and I appreciate, not knowing the questions and coming in, and I wish you the best of luck. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're here with Deidter Stadnyk, who's running for councillor of West Gray. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Gray and for you, the voters.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on this, Lindsay. This is a great initiative.
Of course. Thank you for being here. So we'll just dig right in. Why are you running for West Gray Council?
I am running for West Gray Council. It's something that people have said for a while that they think I'd be good at. So there was a bit of encouragement from the community. And I think that being younger, I'm 32 years old, that quite often you don't see younger people getting into politics, especially municipal politics. And I think a lot of the questions or issues with West Gray and moving forward is things like affordable housing and getting new businesses, and I think a lot of that depends on younger people coming in, starting a business, finding a home, and making their own life. And I think if we want to encourage that or guide that, having a younger person on council, being able to see things from a younger person's perspective is something that would really help when it comes to making decisions for the future of West Gray. And for me, myself, I have many years left here. I don't plan to ever leave West Gray, and I want to see West Gray continue to be the place that I fell in love with. And the only thing that is constant is change. So West Gray is going to change, and I would like to just help give thoughtful shape, direction, and intent to that change. So no time like the present. I've been living here for 6 years now, so I feel like I've gotten in my mind like the minimum amount of time to start to get a feel for things, and I kind of know a little more about the community now. So this is my way of contributing to the community that I think uses my skill sets of being very personable and loving to work in team environments, that I think this is probably where I can best help the community as a whole.
Thank you for that. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Gray?
Arts, heritage, culture. This reminds me of the Durham Arts Fest in 2019. Was something that I volunteered for. And it was great. Like, we had there was displays downtown that people could go to different businesses and check out. They had by the credit union, live band, Higher Function was playing, and there was like a beer gardens as well. And I thought the really cool thing about that event was that it was a demonstration of the arts, but it also, kind of because it was a public beer garden, it got people in who weren't necessarily would maybe go to an art gallery per se. And that was a kind of it was like a super inclusive art event, and I volunteered for it, and I volunteered for the Film Fest too, and I obviously haven't for the last couple of years, but that's something I would like to personally get back into is volunteering at these events. And also, with the position of council, I'd like to tie in some of the different community groups to work together on some of these events. I know the BIA was in part helping with the Arts Fest, and I think we have a lot of different organizations and committees within West Grey related to the arts, and I would like to meet with these groups and try to get them working together, because a lot of people want to see development of the arts in this area. I mean, this area is great for that. It's nice. Like Hamilton had an art scene because it was too expensive to live in Toronto, so all the artists moved there. And I think we're seeing a similar migration of artists coming out to the rural areas, and that's something that I would love to work with community groups to plan festivals, because art cannot exist in a vacuum. It needs somewhere to be seen, whether it is a gallery here or a festival or a painting. I think there's a painting competition of painting your scenes from the Saugeen River, and then it's like a judge show. Like, these are the kind of venues that I think we need to provide, and it's not super costly to do some of these things. It just takes time and organization and collaboration, and that's something that I went to film school, so I do have an interest in the arts, and I would like to help plan some of these arts events moving forward in the next 4 years.
Thank you. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attractions, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Small business has seen its challenges over the last couple years, and now with inflation, it's proving to be a tough time to recover from. One of the things I would like to promote is the fact that we have a lot of people on the weekends in summertime from May to October driving right through Durham, and they'll stop, get ice, beer, gas, and then carry on through. And I think something that we need, when I was in the Chamber of Commerce, we discussed, like, how do you get people to actually park the car, get out, and shop in the downtown before going up to the cottage. So one of the ideas, I think, would be to have some sort of a farmer's market or artisans vendors market on a Friday to attract that foot traffic. And that that gets Durham more like business. And as I said, people who come here, stop in the area, see the area, and think, oh, this is a neat little town. People from the cities are looking to move out to the rural areas. Entrepreneurs are coming. And so we need to attract their business and make it appealing as a place that will get business. So I think some sort of a weekend vendors farmers market to get people to stop on the way up would be great to showcase our small businesses. And then you have, I suppose, Ayton and Neustadt as the two other kind of off the trail areas for small business. And that's something where, honestly, it's going door to door to business owners and asking what they want, what they need. I had talked to, I went to Welbeck Sawmill, and I talked to the manager and owner there. Told them I was running for council, asked their opinions on things, and they had told me that they felt very unsupported by the municipality. I think they had went to do an event, like a meet and greet, because these people were new to the community, recently purchased the place, and no one showed up. No counselors showed up. I think a couple staff showed up, but they felt like they got the impression that the municipality really didn't care about them. There was other events that they weren't getting invited to, and they had to go out of their way to hear about these things. So, when we do things like the Durham Homecoming or other big events, we have to work with organizations like Chamber of Commerce and make sure we are reaching out personally to all these businesses when we have something, because it's easy, because we have a sprawling area, to forget about the little guys. But a list should be compiled of all the businesses, and when there is something going on, all the businesses should be made aware of it, because if they want to put out a table or donate to an event and get their advertisement, that is something that we have to be on top of, and not just, we can't let the smaller businesses or the businesses that are out of the core Durham area be forgotten. And that's something I'm looking to understand. After this, I'm going to go down to Neustadt and meet some business owners, just because I'm less familiar with that area. So that's part of it, is I want to spread everything evenly in terms of attention to businesses in West Grey. And that is, that's important to me.
Thank you for that. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Cooperative approach to development in West Grey? Well, I had said before in a previous question that sometimes, we have our natural beauty of West Grey, our rivers, forests, farmland, and sometimes, new developments can be seen as in opposition to that when you're clearing out a farmland or forest for new developments. And there is places for that too, but I think we do have to be, as I said earlier, we have to be conscious with our growth. And what is our plan? Is our plan to just continuously do developments around Durham until it's surrounded in developments? Or is there a certain amount that we want to do in developments? And I'm in favor of more of a decentralized style, where if we use existing rural areas that are already zoned residentially, if it comes to, if we could, for example, parents have this comes to affordable housing, parents have a child living at home, can we change the bylaw so that they can put a tiny home in the backyard or back area, and then they can live in that? And to me, that is another home that's being used to house people. You haven't actually cleared any land to make that home happen, and a person gets to live more in a wooded rural area, and they're not slapped in a development. So I think there's a definite market for that, and there's people who want that, and that option isn't available. So we shouldn't maybe necessarily be looking at developments as our sole way of getting houses for people. I think we should be looking at what do we have that's already existing that could be repurposed or used for people to live in. And kind of, we don't want, you see some of these like Orangeville or other towns, they just, bam, it's like blocks and blocks and blocks of suburbs and developments. And I really wouldn't, 30 years down the road, I really wouldn't care for that kind of look. I think we have enough space we can decentralize it. It just takes a little more outside the box thinking, maybe some zoning changes here and there. But I think that will kind of keep the heart of West Grey's beauty alive moving forward.
Thank you. So community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say, "Save the West Grey Police." I would like to break this question into two parts. The first one is, the West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion on the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget, it is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest detachment is in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
Yes, I actually, I did go into I got a little tour of the police station because I had to see it for myself because I've heard people say that the building is no good. It's pretty much ready to be condemned. It's gone far past the renovation phase. And I've heard other people say, oh, well, it's good enough. It just needs some fixing. So I went in there, I took a look at it. I mean, I work in the trades. I mean, it's got lead pipes. So you're already going to do any, and there's asbestos in there. So to do a reno like that, you are going to have to take everything out of the walls in an asbestos environment, which gets very expensive when you're dealing with that. You're removing all of that piping and then putting in new piping. And you're probably going to redo the wiring anyways because you're stripping the whole thing down to its bones. So it's almost a new build anyways. And especially when it comes to foundational damage, because there was flooding that comes in through the basement every year. They had to sandbag it, so you're gonna have cracks. So the way I look at it, I don't think it is cost effective to do a renovation in that building. And seeing how many people are there, and like it is incredibly cramped in there. I was actually surprised that we have a police force that's been working out of this space for so long. So. Yeah, we do need, that building is built in 1952. We do need a new police station, and there is a budget for it, and people do tie the two together as if, West Grey Police, they're asking for too much, or they're asking for a new building, it's because of them. Theoretically, whatever police force we had, we would need a new building to house them. And this is an 80-year-old building. We've gotten our use out of it. Maybe after everyone's moved out of there in a new building, then if you were to do maybe there can be some renos, or maybe they can be used for something else of a community space. But you couldn't renovate it while people are working out of there. Like, where are the police going to operate while you're renovating the building? So to me, it's sensible to have a new building. The argument for OPP being that if we had OPP, then we would use a neighboring detachment and we wouldn't need a local building at all. And we could save the $8 million, which brings up the question is, what are the value of having a local police station? Do we want to be going to a neighboring community and using their police station for regular inquiries? To me, it seems like you wouldn't want we have a fire station in every town. You don't want to have a fire station half hour away because there's a response time involved. A house can burn down in like 8 minutes or something really quick. So when it comes to policing, I mean, what do you want your response time to be? If there's sometimes minutes matter. So yeah, I'm very cautious against not having a police station at all in West Grey. It just seems like a step backwards as a community and not a step forwards. And there has been budget put aside for it. Like you said, the property's been purchased. I think this has been a long time in the making, and I would be gladly love to see a new police station in Durham, as has been budgeted for. It's not like your taxes are going to increase the next day to pay for it. All the money's there. That's what we budgeted it for. So.
Thank you. West Grey has community policing, as you said. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increase in the cost of providing these services and if it is sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services have been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities. But with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since their last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing, and why?
The 16% of population actually fall under OPP because of the large size of the cities. I didn't know that. Well, the OPP costing, and I called all the councillors that made this decision to cost to get their side of the story, and I think that if we want to, there's nothing wrong with looking at how much our police force is costing it and comparing it to another police force and what that may cost. To me, that is healthy to compare those two things. We do have to keep, and as I said before, we have to keep in mind, because everyone I've talked to who's experienced in other communities say there's a 2 or 3 year period and then the price increases. So we can't look at the price they give us on day one and assume that'll be our price every year moving forward. And in every case, it seems that it only increases, and quite dramatically, sometimes more than what the local community costed. So that's one part of it to look at. And the other part is the level of service having broken down. And, when I spoke to Rob Martin, he showed me all the wide scope of their activities. I mean, those are not normal services that you would get from a OPP. So if there was a costing, I just want to make sure that everything that we do versus what OPP does is laid out as well, because those are things we also have to put dollar values on. I'm not a big fan of an $80,000 consulting fee. So that, to me, I look at that $80,000, I think that is about 4 years' wage of a counselor. It's like you could have that consultant as a counselor for 4 years, and it would cost the same. So, and when it comes to consulting, I think in general, we shouldn't have a big carte blanche. We're going to get a consultant to look at all of this. We should, as counselors, look at the problem, work with our existing tools and departments, and figure out what is best on our own. And if we get to specific areas where we're unclear or we need more clarification, it would be those specific areas I would look at getting a consultant, but it would have a clear scope of work, a beginning and an end. And that kind of goes for consulting for anything moving forward. It's I don't like the idea of like, oh, well, not our thing, let's hire a consultant. It's like we are intelligent people. We can look at some of these things ourselves and spend less on consultants in summary for that.
Thank you for that. In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
That one is... and I know, to be quite honest, I respectfully do not understand all the positions that staff has to do. There was a lot going on behind the scenes, and that I don't fully understand. And I have been overworked. I worked as an administrative assistant for a property management company for a while, and I have been in positions where I have been overworked and definitely needed more staff to complete the job. Having said that, a lot of taxpayers in West Grey are unhappy with the level of service the municipality provides. They're unhappy with the amount of taxpayer dollars that goes towards office. So what you had stated and what taxpayers feel are two opposite opinions. So now how do you reconcile that? And what I would like to see, and this was kind of I got this idea from a book by Dave Meslin, but he mentioned, we have a consultant who works in the field of municipal administration or familiar with that field and is saying, okay, you need 8 more people to operate as a municipality. But I would be curious to have someone from the private sector do almost like a process review of how things are done in the municipality in terms of where paperwork is moved, how things are signed, because in any business, there is always inefficiencies and more efficient ways to do things. And especially when people are very busy, there is no extra opportunity to do an overhead review and look at inefficiencies in that. And I would like to see that kind of consulting where if we can make things run smoother, because I've been in positions where I've been spinning my wheels in an office busy, and then when I became a supervisor, I just kind of I got rid or I modified certain processes so that the next person wasn't busy doing, routine things that could be done quicker digitally, for example. And that's the whole thing in the office is migrating to the digital world. And some things are done analog. And why is it done analog? We can do it digitally. So it's not my place to go in there and tell staff what to do, but I would like to see an angle from the private sector of how things could run. And I think I've told that idea to other people, and they like that as well. I think we're fine with paying tax dollars for positions as long as those positions are effective, efficient, and doing the most for our resources.
Thank you. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Yeah, infrastructure, that's the big one. As I started meeting people in the community, I found roads was a larger concern for most people because we do have a huge area. We have a lot of bridges. If we can do things that are, for example, change something to let's say like box culvert system, if that is a cheaper way, I would be for that. If we can do box culverts instead of bridges in some area, if that will be cheaper than a bridge repair. When it comes to roads, I mean, all you can do, I think some roads are done more quickly because there is so many roads to do, but then in turn that road needs attention sooner. So I would be in favor of if something that takes, when it comes to road work, if it takes longer or even more money, but to do it right the first time so that we don't have to go back nearly as soon to redo that road, I think in the long run that could save money if we were willing to make that choice when we approach roads. But that's, again, another department that I do want to talk to the road supervisor about his experience and get to understand that level a bit more than what I do right now.
Well, thank you, Deidter. That wraps up our time. Unfortunately, we didn't get to all our questions, but you're very passionate, and that's what we like to hear. So again, thank you for coming, and good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I enjoyed talking in the long form, so I made the most of it. Thank you.
Thank you. We are here with Brian Carr, who's running for Councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. How are you today, Brian?
I'm good, and how are you guys?
Good, good. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it and your time. And I'm sure all the constituents will be really appreciative that they get to hear what you have to say. So why are you running for West Grey Council?
I've been thinking about doing this for probably about 10 years now, and the last couple of times friends would ask me, you got to do it this year? And I'm like, no, not quite ready. Still a young family and still trying to work on our house and work on my career, and the timing just wasn't right. And then just some stuff happened over the last 4 years, I guess, that really brought out to me what municipal government is all about, and things I think that needed to be looked at and fixed. So when this election came up, and my family is pretty well moved away and on their own and settled, so the timing was right, I think. So.
Thank you. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
I think this question was asked the other night at the Meet the Candidates, and like I said then, I think municipal government's main purpose is to educate. There's people out there that have this experience and they have the knowledge and the passion for certain things, and those are the people we need to engage and get them to come out and do this sort of stuff. My background is more volunteering with special needs, so that's my passion and that's where my expertise, if you want to call it that, is where that is. So I don't have the answer, I guess. So.
No, that's perfectly fine. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local business, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying ditto. Like, that's what the Better Business is for. That's why we have these people. Owners of business have a better idea and understanding of what they need than I do. I don't own my own business, so they can come to me or come to another councillor or staff and say, you know, can we try something like this? Or and then as a council, we can get together and say, well, let's figure out what we can do. But I don't have the answers, and I don't, like I said, I don't think any councillor does. We have our areas of expertise, and if we work together, then we can find solutions to all the questions that people have, hopefully anyway. So.
Yeah, and I think people appreciate that honesty from you. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Ditto. I mean, yeah, we have to work together, obviously. Everybody wants to see West Grey stay as a beautiful area with all our waters and stuff, but we also want to see expansion because we want to draw people in. So we need to find a balance, and I don't know what that balance is. Like Mr. Townsend said the other night, that we have staff that know how to do this. That's their expertise. Let's let them do their jobs and give us ideas and solutions instead of us trying to guess.
Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say, "Save the West Grey Police." I would like to break this question into two parts for you. So, the West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building over the last 10 years, over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet the minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget. It is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support a new police station? And if the OPP does take over, the closest detachment is in Markdale. Do you think a new building would no longer be needed?
So if anybody's ever been to the old police station, then they understand that that building is way past its prime, and it needs, any police force would need something better than that or newer than that. Sorry, I forgot the question.
No, that's okay. So, so would you support a new police station, which you had answered that, and if the OPP takes over, the closest detachment is in Markdale, and do you think building a new building would no longer be needed?
Well, we wouldn't need a new building for the OPP. If the OPP are taking over, then the OPP can find a new building, right? So, yeah.
Thank you. So the second part of the question is that West Grey has community policing. As you know, supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increasing cost of providing these services and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services have been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall increases than the police services has. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities, but with larger municipalities having their own police force, this only makes up about 16.3% of the population. In a recent 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since their last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
I think the costing, came across because some individuals wanted to find out why the costing kept going so high for the budget. Why should we be doing it? No, we shouldn't be doing a costing. We should have just worked closer with the West Grey Police to find out why the budget was getting so big and to try and bring it under control internally instead of taking it out into the municipality and the broader, everybody knows now, right? So, yeah, it just wasn't handled well, so.
Thank you for that.
That's a long question, by the
I
way.
know. So that's a short question. It's just a lot of history.
The filler, yeah.
And it's more of just so that I don't know if everyone has the same information. And so I want to make sure that people know, the people that I'm asking, they know the history and the facts that I've checked. And I called the municipal office and spoke to the chief. And I used to be a former staffer. So
Yep.
I don't think people know. So I just wanted to make sure that the candidates that are new to the table know this information before they make their decision. In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe that the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current staffing, on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
So I don't know if they are understaffed because I don't get into the municipal office, right? So I know that some of the stuff that I've had concerns with over the last few years have to deal possibly with being or overworked, and that's why it's taking so long to get the results or get answers to the questions I've been asking. So again, from the outside, it's hard to say, right? The insiders, the incumbents, they have that information. They have all that in front of them. They have staff that have helped them find all this information. We don't. So I think they must be overworked. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I appreciate that, that the people who are just sitting at this table who've never run before, they can't read every single report and watch every meeting. So how will you, I promise no other questions are that long. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Again, that's a staff question. Staff, Mr. Townsend said it perfectly the other night. That's what staff's there for. We have people that are there that's what they're looking for, to find out what needs to be fixed and when it needs to be fixed and how much it's going to cost. Then they bring it to council and say, this is our estimate of the priority of what needs to be fixed and when. And then we work with them and with each other to come up with a budget to fix as many of them as we can without having to raise a whole bunch of taxes. And again, I looked at the budget reports and stuff, and most of that's right over my head. So I'm going to need to be educated on how this and a lot of this explained to me before I can make really good decisions for the municipality. But
what will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with Indigenous communities?
So I'm actually taking some studies on this right now for my developmental support worker stuff, and again, it's kind of getting confused in my head here a little bit. Sorry, trying to put all this together, but I don't know. Let's just be honest. Like, again, there's stuff out there that's already in place, and it's just our job to support them, to bring all this and make people aware. It's not our job as a municipality to change the world. It's to do what's best for West Grey. And we need to work with the people of West Grey to find out what they want and then bring that forward. My wife is Indigenous, so I see that all the time, right? So, but I think everybody should be treated the same and treated equally, and I try my best to do that in my life, and hopefully everybody else does too.
What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have the proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
Sorry, can you read that one more time?
Yeah, no problem. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have the proper educational facilities, so schools, to accommodate this increase in growth?
So, again, it's a matter of just supporting what's there. So we have a minor hockey program, we have a minor baseball program, we have lacrosse programs. We just need to support them. I have a program that I'm trying to get up and running in the area, and I'm having difficulty doing it with this council, which is, again, one of the reasons why I'm running, right? So the programs are there. We just need to support them and help them grow and not try and reinvent the wheel. The wheel's there. We just have to make sure we grease it and keep it going forward.
Yeah. Thank you. What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
We work with what's there. So the farmers know what they need. They know what they want. We just need to connect with them and say, what can we do to make your job easier? And they understand too. We can't stop collecting taxes. That's not going to happen, right? So they need to understand that we can't do everything, but we also have to work with them to find a solution or a compromise so that everybody's at least satisfied. Maybe not happy, but satisfied with what we can do. So.
Yeah. What would be your top actions to attract and retain newcomers and immigrants to our community?
Advertising, maybe. So we need to get the word out there, and we need to make sure that there's programs here to support them. So, if they don't feel welcome, they're not going to come. But if we can show them that, we have room here to expand, then we can hopefully draw them into the community. But West Grey's going to grow. It's just a matter of how fast, right? So.
Two more questions. So,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on Sunday gun hunting?
I'm not a hunter, but I don't have a problem with it. So, everybody was outraged when Sunday shopping, but we've allowed Sunday shopping. So if we've allowed Sunday shopping, why can't we allow Sunday hunting? So it's people can do whatever they want for their entertainment, right? So relaxation. I rode my bike in today on 6 degrees out. So, but that's what I wanted to do, right? So let them do it. So.
Yeah. Final question. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
I'm running for, like I said in my speech the other night, I advocate for those that can't. And I want people to be able to come to me if elected with not all their problems, but problems that relate to West Grey or relate to the municipal government. And hopefully I can find answers for them. Again, that's my biggest frustration right now is I've gone with questions and concerns and they're not being addressed. So we need to be accountable for what we do, and we need to be transparent and show people what we're doing and explain why we're doing it, and that's not happening. So I'm hoping that if elected that I can change some of that and make things a little bit better in West Gray. So I'm going to stop at that before I say something I shouldn't.
Thank you so much, Brian, for coming in. I hope it wasn't too rough of an interview for you. We appreciate your time, and I'm sure everybody in West Gray will appreciate hearing your honesty and your input and thoughts on what you'll do if you make it as a councillor at this upcoming election.
Yeah. Again, like when we don't have the answers, we don't have all the answers, and none of us will. And anybody that says they do, I'd be really questioning that. So, but thank you guys very much for doing this, taking your time. And I said, don't look far, vote for Carr.
Thanks.
We are here with Yvonne Pelletier, who's running for councillor of West Gray. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Gray and for you, the voters. How are you today, Yvonne?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'm sure the constituents will really appreciate the fact that they get to hear you in this platform.
Thank you for doing this.
We'll start off nice and easy. Why are you running for West Gray Council?
Well, that's actually not as easy a question as you'd think, but I have a number of reasons, but mostly I moved here 6 years ago. I've been coming here for 27 years, and so I've been observing the life of West Gray and changes in West Gray for actually longer than many people might realize. And I've always wanted to participate in public service and governance, and I finally have an opportunity, the time, and the resources to be able to do that. I'm committed to West Gray, and I'm very committed to seeing West Gray into the future as I, continue to, I guess, age in place, for want of a better term. And as a rural resident, I want to see my interests represented, as well as become more invested in how the towns evolve. Very future focused, I'd say.
Thank you for that. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Gray?
Well, actually, as someone who has a degree in, I guess, related to the arts, literature, and a family of artists. My mother's an artist, my sister's an artist. Whenever anyone visits, I bring them to the Durham Art Gallery and take them do the gallery tours. And I actually think arts is a great forefront in the future for West Gray. And it's a resource, I think, that could be exploited more, frankly. So, how I personally support, aside from being a kind of, a participant and a spectator on council, I think I would be able to have more say in how, grants are spent, how they're directed. And I should point out also that I'm working with Words Aloud, reviving it in 2023. So I've already invested in that aspect of West Gray life, and that's where I thought I would put most of my energy, but now I hope to be able to do that in a more, kind of public capacity, in an actual position in the municipality.
Yeah, thank you. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Okay, so this is something I've thought a lot about, because I'm originally a city person, a city resident, and I now live out in the country, and one of my favorite things to do is to come to town to do stuff, and I want to find things there when I do come to town. So the gallery is a great example, but I do realize that the main streets and commercial corridors need a lot of assistance and help. And as it happens, I was reading through the sort of a community improvement plan, and there's apparently resources and grants for that. I am not personally sure how familiar people are with these. I've gotten a lot of questions that suggest people don't really know what's available. I can't say for sure they don't know, but the people I've spoken to don't. And I have spoken to a number of business owners in the community, just in general, as I was knocking on doors, and they were most forthcoming. They really want to see a kind of, I guess, more efficient responsiveness in terms of like permits and, I don't know, they want the municipality to respond to them more quickly when they have issues, I guess. It seems to be a common concern. So just maybe streamlining the process by which businesses can just do stuff.
Yeah, thank you for that. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Gray is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Gray?
I actually am personally very interested in the intersection of development and climate action. I'm not an expert either, I'm not an engineer, but from a theoretical standpoint, I read up on it and I pay attention because we obviously as humans need places to live, places to shop, we need to travel on roads, we need to get from point A to point B, and all that requires energy, and that energy obviously creates issues in the short term and long term for climate. At the same time, the population is going to go up. I think more people will be moving out here. We actually live in one of the most desirable parts of the planet right now. The Great Lakes region has been assessed by a number of different agencies as a destination for retirement, for living, for investment, and we just happen to be here, and that's another reason why I plan to stay as it happens. I think that it requires a lot more than any single person can do, but I think the municipality really has to stay on top of developments, innovations, and technologies that make development, real estate development, residences, more climate friendly. So denser housing, encouraging people to live in the towns, and then encouraging businesses to open in the towns. And this goes back to the previous question, whereby people can walk. They don't have to drive everywhere. My climate footprint since moving to a farm, which seems like a really ecological, climate-friendly thing to do, in fact, has probably gone up because I have to drive so much to do anything. And of course, you try to do multiple things every time you take the car out. We had 2 cars, we've dropped down to 1. I'm still questioning the wisdom of that, but it's working so far. But the individual can only do so much. And so I also think that obviously there's initiatives at the county level, at the provincial level, at the federal level, I guess even at the global level at some point, and the municipality has a role to play in that. So also working with every level of government and also the surrounding municipalities to develop cooperative development plans that take the climate into consideration.
Yeah, no,
I'm done.
thank you for that. Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. I'm not sure if you've noticed that at all. Currently,
no kidding.
Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say "Save the West Grey Police." So I'd like to break this question into 2 parts. They're rather long, but the question is quite small. It's just a bunch of facts and research that I've done before it so that everyone has kind of a level playing field. Okay. The West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget, it is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest attachment is in Chatsworth, Walkerton, and there's a satellite site in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
Okay, this is like a yes and no question. I'm absolutely not prepared to. I mean, I read all about this and I have heard opinions from every perspective from pretty much, well, most people that I talk to, not absolutely everyone. There are people out there who really don't know this is actually happening, which is sort of interesting, which is why it's fun to knock on doors. You learn all kinds of things that people are thinking about. So, okay, in regard to the building, I absolutely don't think that police should be housed in a building that doesn't function. And I do think that in a community this size, it is important to have some kind of structure that will house whatever form the policing takes in the future. I'm not an incumbent. I wasn't part of any of the decisions that were made. If I'm elected, obviously I'm going to have to plunge into it and figure it out. But I do think that actually speaking to the environmental issues, we want to reduce travel times just on, I don't know if that's a perfect rationale, but the building could be climate friendly. We would want, without seeing the plans, I'm not sure, but I think that some sort of structure will be needed. But I personally can't say. But I do think that given the size of our community, we would want something close at hand. As just one more thing, as someone who lives on the northern border of the area, I've become really aware of these distances, and fortunately never had to call the police, so I actually personally don't know whether I'd be closer to this building than any other building. So from a personal perspective, I can't really say either, to be frank.
No,
Just
that's fair.
A building's a permanent thing that stays in place, and someone's going to be far from it, no matter where it is.
So the second part of that is West Grey has community policing, as you know. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increase in the cost of providing these services and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need to do costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services have been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities. But with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since the last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
Okay, so could you just repeat that? I'm sorry, there was a lot of numbers coming at me, and I'm a words person. That very last, sentence stat thing, if you don't mind repeating that.
Like the operating expenses increasing by 26%? The
operating expenses for the OPP or the, okay, sorry.
No, not
just clarification. Again, I don't see this as a black and white issue, and I will say that I'm running my campaign on looking for the gray areas and occupying those until I actually am placed in a position where I have to make these decisions. I see both sides, to be honest, and I have spoken to people who are on both sides. As you can probably imagine, anyone who's running for office now has no doubt heard a great deal about both sides. I do think that community policing and the West Grey Police are actually an asset to the area. There's something that I would say they're not unique, obviously, because they're not the only one, but it's something that sort of sets the area apart from the neighboring municipalities. At the same time, without actually looking at the entire budget, which I've tried to look at it, but I can't really process every single number, I do think it is important to, just be aware of what things cost and why. So I don't think that the costing, which actually is a noun I've only heard for the first time ever when this came up, costing. Maybe it's a Canadian thing. But, the financial review or whatever is just something that I think that elected representatives are supposed to do. So, I'm trying to look at it as it's an opportunity for the West Grey Police to make an argument for their value. I mean, it's a valuable service. How valuable is something that's going to be determined by whatever this report turns out, and I think it's injudicious to really make a decision until that report comes out. I know some people have a problem with the fact that that was paid for and it was $80,000. But I think that's a little bit of a red herring given the overall expenses of everything, having a sort of a neutral third party come in and just take a look. And I don't think that the costing necessarily means that the OPP are going to be selected. I just think that everyone wants to sort of double check before we invest in large buildings and commit to what I hope is a long-term relationship. I think that's one of the other concerns, is that what if we commit and then things change soon after the building's finished or something like that. So.
Okay, yeah, thank you. In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. Well, some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed. What are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
Okay, so this is completely from memory, a random statistic I ran, because I actually read that report.
Okay, yeah.
I'm that person. I promise to read everything, and I will continue to read everything, even if I'm not elected. I really like knowing what's going on. And I think I saw something where like, Grey Highlands or Minto or one of those has like twice the number of staff per 1,000 residents. So I'm just ballparking it. And it does explain some of the issues I see West Grey is having. Now, I don't personally know like the different staff that are in place, so whoever we do hire, we want to have focused on whatever jobs that need to be done. But I have run across in the community, as I was canvassing, and I'm learning the value of canvassing, is that almost every single person had a story where something didn't get done very quickly or disappeared or just didn't get accomplished, and that isn't actually the fault of anyone. It's just really a shortage of people to handle it, and everyone seems to want to see a more responsive relationship with the municipality. So then I read the report, and that explained a lot. So obviously, I know you, so you have mentioned this to me. I'll just put that out there. So I was kind of like loosely aware of it, but reading the report, and so I would agree that the community needs to invest in people who are going to, I guess, become efficient, fluid conduits between residents and the municipality and the things the municipality needs to do to help those residents. And business owners, almost all of them said there are things they want to have done. And they start the process and they're waiting, and there's numerous committees that are also struggling with this. So I don't know the ins and outs of exactly which staff are needed and who does what and where we need to improve it, but I do think that this report indicates that something needs to be looked at and something needs to be done.
Okay, thank you for that. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
I will personally go out and fix, no, I actually can't. Once again, this is one of the issues with the council, and this goes back to the policing issue, it goes back to staffing, is there's a finite amount of money. And just like any, I actually normally hate this analogy when politicians use it, but I'm going to go ahead and use it anyway. The household income, the choices you make. At the end of the day, you have to, and municipalities can't run a deficit, unlike other levels of government. So, okay, where was I? Okay, so just like any finite budget, we either need to find more sources of income, which means encouraging residents, which also means encouraging development, which means encouraging possible climate issues, so we need to find ways to offset that and maybe turn those into money-making opportunities. The more people we can comfortably bring to West Grey will also help us pay for some of these things. So we're not always just trying to run around and scrounge. And also it seems like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul a lot of the time, so I think that's one of the reasons why the policing review came up. It's like, well, where's the money going? What are we doing? It's not specific to them. It's just in general. Where do we find money for the things that people want? I mean, everyone wants a better road in front of their business or house. Yeah. So what are we going to do? I guess look at the budget, find ways to, and I think going back, getting more people up here for the arts, for business, tourism, like bring money in. So money is here to spend on the things that the people who live here want, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you for
holistic.
That. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with the Indigenous community? And I know that that's a very loaded question, so you can either talk about it holistically as a whole or focus on one or two groups.
I would probably just talk about holistically for now. I mean, these are all, inclusivity is actually just something that I absolutely care about, and I do think that this community would benefit from greater diversity. So it actually, again, like every question, it's all kind of tied together. It's almost, I mean, we've broken it down to several issues, but you can't talk about one issue without thinking about the others. So, of course, by encouraging certain kinds of businesses to come to the area, that increases the opportunity for greater social services. Encouraging the inclusivity in the kinds of residents we want to attract to the area. Bringing more residents in, of course, adds to the tax base, which gives us more money, which allows us to fix roads, et cetera, et cetera. And there's no reason why any group should be excluded. I don't know if any municipality has an exclusive policy. I certainly hope not. But it's not going to happen on its own either. So on every opportunity the municipal council has to encourage this and, develop, encourage programs. So one of the questions, just speaking of like reconciliation, for example, so I will just single that one out. I was asked a question, there's this questionnaire that has been circulated, and I have to answer these questions for Facebook by tomorrow. I go home and I have more homework by tomorrow. And one of the questions is, what would I do for that? And as an educator, I would encourage just people who are already in the community to just like literally learn more, read more, maybe use library programs to provide books and workshops and lectures and entertaining cultural events and art events that introduce people to some of the concepts that may be new to them or maybe unclear or something they've heard but want to know more about, or maybe are too embarrassed to ask. They feel like maybe they should already know it. And there's some members of the community who are like interested, but bring it to them. And I do actually just see, again, arts community, libraries, the gallery as nexus points for encouraging that.
Yeah, thank you. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
Okay, so youth, do you mean by people under 18 or people 18 and 25? Is there a definition here?
There isn't, but I would say people under 18.
Under 18. Okay, so
people who can't drink in bars.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess bars aren't the answer to this question. More bars for children is not really the solution here. Children, again, the budget, money, programs, free things. Encouraging families to move here because families are invested in their children and they will, take those initiatives. Are you asking about schools and school building maintenance? Is that a part of this question as well?
Yeah, to make sure that there's proper educational facilities to accommodate the growth in the area.
Yeah, so again, I'm not on top of what exactly is happening. I do know that like Chesley High School closed and they built a bigger building, and I know a bunch of people from Chesley who were not too happy about that. But apparently there's a lot of school buildings sitting there as a result. I have no idea if they could be reused. To be honest, I don't feel entirely qualified to answer this question in any kind of detail, except that as an educator, I absolutely support any efforts we can make towards making education better, and that's also a provincial thing. So, yes, all for it, but I don't know how much I personally can do. If there's something I can do, I'll do it.
Thank you for that. What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
Okay, so climate action is actually one of the platforms. I don't even call it an issue because I do see the climate emergency as all-encompassing, personally. We've been very fortunate to experience it in a somewhat limited way here, at least, but as someone who lives on a rural property, a farm that actually has a great number of wetlands on it, this is something that I'm interested in ensuring we protect. I would say this is first and foremost. So as we develop, as we build, as we bring more people in here, of all ages, we also have to concentrate those populations in a way that doesn't damage farmlands or wetlands, or the sky. The Dark Skies Initiative is an interesting one that I learned about, and actually as someone who lives out in the country, it's great to go out there and see it. You want to protect that. So finding that balance between concentrated populations in towns and making towns interesting places to be so people can want to be there, while also keeping those areas that are less populated, I guess.
Yeah. What would be your top actions to attract and retain newcomers and immigrants to our community?
Okay, as a sort of newcomer, but not newcomer, it just goes back to my other answers, to be honest. People want places to live. They want nice houses to live in. They want a clean environment. If they move here, they probably want to see trees and fields and farms and forests. They want clean air. They want to look up and see the stars when they see the sky. So, environmental initiatives matter. But of course, they also want to earn money. They want their kids to go to good schools. They want doctors in their towns. They want all the things any of us in Canada want. So it's sort of like, once again, a kind of big picture solution. You can't really single any of these things out. I mean, I suppose there's grants and financial incentives, and maybe there's language issues, so we could find more, once you have a population base, you can bring more people in who could encourage that base to move in, which you do see happen in a lot of communities. So, and maybe, again, I don't know if this is municipal council responsibility, but outreach programs, promoting the area. For just generally, I think West Grey is just not on the larger provincial map.
Okay.
In a way that it could be, and just awareness of it being here is one other way to attract everything from cultural investment to newcomers and immigrants, and making sure they're comfortable when they get here.
What are your thoughts on Sunday gun hunting?
Okay, I actually had to ask someone about this because we have a large property and we have hunters hunt on it, and I had no idea they couldn't hunt on it on Sunday. I literally did not. I'm just going to say, Sunday gun hunters. I did not know one way or the other. I asked the person who hunts on our property, and because he gets to hunt on our property and there's no other hunters there, he doesn't care. Maybe he cares, but he's fine with it. But I do know a lot of hunters who maybe are limited in their time. So someone's proposed a solution whereby public land could be free of hunting, but private owners could allow people to hunt on it. To be honest, I would really need to talk to more people about this.
Yeah, that's fair. Since you were able to get through all my questions, is there anything else you'd like to share, Yvonne?
I'm impressed I got through. Did I talk quickly? Okay. So I can just talk until I'm done. Okay. So I really feel we covered a lot of issues. I'm always concerned about being a little general. It's almost impossible not to be, especially if you're not someone who's already in the middle of it all. I'd like to say that I'm focused on presenting myself as a mostly skills-based candidate, someone who's able to put in the time and the effort to read and learn about every issue before a decision's made. I'd like to bring the experience I have and the perspective I have as someone who's lived in other places. I know that some people want candidates who've been here forever, and I understand that and I appreciate that, and I understand that I could be perceived as someone who isn't that. Just remind everyone, I have been coming here for a really long time, and I am married to a fifth generation West Grey resident. We live in the house that built by his great-great-great-grandfather. I don't really know how many greats there are. But, and so I like to think that I can bridge those communities. I'm a former city person who loves living in the country, so I like to see myself as a bridge between those. I'm also interested in, focusing on some of the concerns that what I call the people who live on the edges of West Grey have. I've learned so much about this community and its size. This is something that we really have to focus on, just the different parts, finding a way to connect. There tends to be a little bit of a focus on town life, because that's where the population's concentrated, but, people on the northern border and the residents of Elmwood, maybe even, I think, down near Mount Forest. I mean, it's and then Glenelg, which I learned all about recently as well. A way to bring this community together. And I don't personally know that I can do this, but I think any municipal council has to really just be sure to focus and remember that there's all these outlying areas that need to be taken into consideration.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think I would at least help that happen.
Thank you so much for your time, Yvonne. I'm sure the constituents will really appreciate being able to hear more fulsome answers and get to know you a little more. So good luck.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
We are here with Geoffrey Shea, who's running for councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. Hi, Geoffrey. How are you?
Hi, Lindsay. Great. Thanks for doing this.
Well, thank you for coming. I'm sure the constituents will be really happy that they get to hear more fulsome answers on what it is that you want to do for the community. I'll start nice and easy for you. Why are you running for West Grey Council?
Well, as you know, I'm on West Grey Council currently. I've been a resident of the area for over 30 years. This will be my third term, if I'm elected, being on West Grey Council. And one of the reasons that I am running is because I've seen difficult and challenging political discussions around the world. And I wanted to sort of participate in the political discussions in West Grey in a positive, optimistic, and collaborative manner. So I wanted to be, a sensible, open-minded, participant at the council table. I wanted to be able to help the community engage in approaching the difficult questions of our day. I'm really interested in a local government that actively engages with members of the community. I don't know if you remember when we first got elected on this last term, within the first few months, I brought forward a motion to have council meetings happen at the town halls throughout the community. And a lot of people really picked up on that and thought it was a really nice way to sort of break down the barriers between council and the community. And then COVID happened and we had to sort of shelve that idea. But I'd like to see us doing more things like that, more public meetings on issues which are really important for the population. So just trying to do my part for the community, just trying to participate.
Yeah, thank you for that. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
Well, as you may know, I'm a former president of the board of the Durham Art Gallery, and I have been a member and volunteer for quite some time. I am fairly active in the arts community. Your question was, how would I support arts generally throughout West Grey?
The growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey.
Okay. Well, there's some things that we could do. I think it would make sense for the municipality to develop a art and culture master plan that just looks at the assets that we have currently and figures out how to amplify and support them. Master plans also are important if you're trying to free up funding from different levels of government. That if you can say we've got a long-term vision for how arts and culture is going to operate in West Grey, you become more eligible for certain sorts of grants. I would like to see us developing some sort of a outdoor performance space, like a sort of a band shell sort of thing, perhaps. Well, I'm not sure where it would be, but so that we could have performances that would be appealing to residents and tourists alike, in the at least in the warmer months. The council has contributed regularly to the Durham Art Gallery, as you know. So I think we're doing well by the arts. West Grey has a reputation as a sort of an artistic hotspot, and I think we just have to build on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Well, that's a tricky one. One of the key words that you said there was in our downtown cores, and there is a movement at the county level to start permitting more business on farms. And so that would see business, primarily small manufacturing, happening in our rural areas. Not everyone's in favor of this, but farmers have to have their wits about them and use their imaginations to be able to make it on the farm. And so having small businesses on the farm, either agriculturally related businesses like farm gate sales, or some sort of light manufacturing might be an interesting way to grow the local economy. That's not downtown, and you were asking specifically about downtown in our urban centers. The real thing that governments can do is, I think, try and get out of the way of local businesses. The private sector knows how to start businesses way better than the government does. We have an economic development committee, and they do good work, and they're well-meaning people, but all towns in Ontario have economic development committees and have for years and years and years. And I don't think that they're really what's driving economic growth within those communities. Our Economic Development Committee recently implemented a community improvement plan where they were made small grants available to local businesses to improve their facade or the entranceway to their stores, or to put in wheelchair ramps, or things to make their businesses more attractive, and thereby making the whole downtown more attractive. On this last term, just before homecoming, I did work with a number of businesses to secure those grants so that they could use the funds to remove derelict signs for businesses that no longer exist. Yep. Which has been terribly confusing for residents, and especially for visitors who think that they can stop at this place and find such and such a business, such and such a business, but that it's not there anymore. But another way that I think this would really fall to the mayor more than staff, the mayor and possibly other interested councillors, is to act as salespeople. That if somebody shows an interest in doing something within our community and maybe putting a business here, we should take them out to lunch. We should call them up. We should call them back in 6 months and see what they're thinking about that. We built 2 wooden bridges in West Grey in the last few years, and they were both had the involvement of a wooden bridge manufacturer based in New Brunswick. And when he came up and was doing the first one, I think it was the first one or the second one, I forget now, he expressed an interest in opening a Ontario plant. He has a plant out west, he's got a plant in the States, he's got one in New Brunswick, but he doesn't have one in Ontario, and there's growing interest in wooden bridges, largely for their impact on carbon sequestration and the environment. So he expressed an interest in maybe building a plant in Ontario, and we've got 2 of his bridges in our community. I don't know why we're not sort of courting him and saying, we could support your plant here in West Grey.
Yeah, that's. I appreciate the perspective of the ag. I did say local, and so I'm glad that you talked about that point, because no one else has actually said that, so it's a really interesting point. Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
I wasn't really aware of the opposition between development and climate change. I know that, like in urban areas, development has a bad reputation as often taking away low rent housing and replacing it with high expensive condominium housing, for example, and that community activists in urban areas are often sort of trying to counter that. In our urban areas, our small settlements here in West Grey, the housing development that is happening is happening on the fringes of our towns, and it's taking maybe a few hundred acres from what was maybe farmland, or maybe even questionable farmland. So I don't really think that the development is having a tremendous impact on the agricultural sector. Some people seem to think that we're gobbling up huge swaths of farmland for development, but it's really not that big a number when you look at it. Sustainability. Well, the one thing that I would really like to do is develop a green development policy. Halton Hills started this about 20 years ago. They're sort of the pioneers, and Grey County has looked at that example and is considering implementing it. And what it would be that when new housing developers are building a development, they would be given a checklist of 20 things that they could implement that would make their development more carbon friendly and climate friendly. And they would be asked to achieve a certain score on that checklist. So they could decide where they wanted to invest in making their development more climate friendly. If they wanted to put solar panels on the roofs, that would be something. If they wanted to put bike racks encouraging active transportation, that would count for something else. And if they wanted to collect rainwater and use it for lawn watering, that would count as well. But we wouldn't be mandating any one particular solution. We would just be proposing a range of things. So it's already being done in some communities, and I think we should look at doing something like that here.
That's that's a very interesting, I've never heard of that perspective, so I'm going to look into that. I think that's really interesting. Community policing. is a very controversial topic during this election. I'm not sure if you've noticed. Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say, "Save the West Grey Police." I'd like to break this question into two parts. The first one is, the West Grey Police Services, and also just bear with me, the preamble's long, but the question's quite simple. The West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget, it is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest detachment is in Chatsworth and Walkerton, which I just found out yesterday, and a satellite site is in Markdale. So do you support the new police building station? And if the OPP takes over, do you think a building would no longer be needed?
Yes. Okay, so I have to unpack this a little bit. So you talk about the land that has been purchased for a police station. A lot of people have said, why did you do an OPP costing in the 4th year of council? Why did you do it after you bought the land? And the reason was that we had something like a 10% budget increase in the 2nd year. We had a 10% budget increase for police in the 3rd year, 10% in the I'm rounding off here, in the 4th year. So we had a 30% budget increase for policing overall in this term of council, from around $3 million a year to over $4 million a year now. That only became evident in the 4th year. Like, we didn't know that this was going to be an ongoing pattern year after year after year. If we had known this 4 years ago, we wouldn't have bought the land. We would have asked to have the costing done in the 1st year of council, but we didn't know that until this came into effect. Community policing has gotten more and more expensive. Our local police board, which I serve on, has brought forward budgets which are increasing and I think unsustainable in the long term. So we had to look at OPP costing as a way to just rethink how police budgets should be designed. So you mentioned the land that was bought for the police building. In fact, you know that this isn't the first land that West Grey has bought for a police building. Previous council bought the former hardware store, Rona, in Durham, as a prospective site for a police building, but then it turned out to be totally inadequate and had to be abandoned as an idea. And you also mentioned that there's detachments in neighboring communities and satellite services. We've asked for a police costing, and as part of that, the OPP will be coming and saying whether or not they would be building a police station in West Grey. We don't know the answer to that. They may serve us out of Chatsworth or Walkerton, or they might serve us out of a brand new custom-built police facility right here within our community. So we've asked the questions, and we will get the information, and then we should be making a decision after we've got that information. But I will agree with you that the current police station is awful. I've been in there several times. It's well below standards. It's got to go. It has to be a top priority. But things have to happen in the right order.
Yep, thank you for that. I think you actually shared that really clearly, and I think you were able to clearly answer some of the questions that people have been having about the history of this. So I appreciate that. Everyone's kind of been giving their own little bit of spin on it. Not spin, but their own, how they see it, but you were pretty succinct. So I learned a lot from that. West Grey has community policing. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increasing cost of providing these services, and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services has been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities, but with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up about 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since the last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
Well, I've already spoken to OPP costing a little bit, but I'll say a couple of additional things about that. So I've already spoken to some of my thinking around police costing. You mentioned that the number of municipalities that are policed by OPP. One of the statistics that leapt out at me was in 2020, in 2000, the year 2000, 20 some years ago, there were 16 municipalities in Ontario our size that had their own police forces. That's between 10 and 20,000 population. Yep. Today there are 4. So that got me thinking, if in 20 years that's gone from 16 to 4, how long will we continue to have those 4? Are they going to still be there in another 20 years? I'm not sure. I know the community loves the police. I know they don't seem to want to get rid of them, and if they don't want to get rid of them, we won't get rid of them. But we're building a building that's going to have a 30-year mortgage on it. Am I sure that we're going to have West Grey Police for the next 30 years? No, I'm not. So we just need to be careful and do our due diligence on these things. As for the Auditor General's report, yes, it was very critical, and the OPP was given an opportunity in that report to indicate ways that they would address these problems, and they did. We haven't seen a similar audit of the West Grey Police, and so we don't know if there are deficiencies in the West Grey Police or if there are any plans to address them if there are. I'm on the police board and I don't know of any deficiencies in particular, but we haven't done a similar audit. So it's not really comparing apples to apples, I'm afraid.
In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that aren't keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
Well, the staff has grown a little bit in the last few years, as you know, and possibly more than it had under several previous councils. In the last 20 or so years, the mandate of councils has, bring in a 2% budget increase, regardless of what the economy is doing, regardless of what the needs in the community are, and people seem to enjoy and like having low taxes. I did speak to a resident the other day who formerly lived in Minto Township and came here, moved here, and to a similar sized house, and was disappointed by the lack of upkeep that he was observing. He said, our downtowns are not as attractive as in Wellington North. We don't seem to have the same amount of services, and I said, why do you think that is? And he said, well, maybe it's because the house that I lived in there had the taxes were $6,000 a year, and the house that I live in here, the taxes are $1,900 a year. So if people want to have attractive downtowns and effective services, taxes will have to go up. If they want to have low taxes, then we're going to have to make compromises, and that will include not adding more staff. We're going to have to follow the will of the people on this, I'm afraid.
How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Well, it's a balance, but some are less debatable than others. So, for example, bridges. We have a huge deficiency in our bridge budget. Years and years of underinvestment in bridges, so much so that we had 4 emergency bridge closures in the last couple of years. If a road fails, you get a pothole and someone sort of wrecks the suspension of the car. If a bridge fails, it's quite a different order of magnitude of a problem. So we have to invest in our bridges. I think that's and we have. This term of council, we've raised the amount that's invested annually in bridges, and that is now the new standard. So if we just continue with that level, we will start to be getting ahead of the game. If somebody wants to reduce the investment in bridges, we will start to slip back again. For things like, you said parks and roads, these things are a little bit more adjustable to meet the needs of the taxpayer and their willingness to pay. We just have to have those discussions on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you for that. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with the Indigenous communities? And don't feel like you have to answer all questions in the entire world. I know that that is a very loaded question, so I apologize.
No, it's a fair question. Okay, we've made some token gestures. You know, we now fly the pride flag, which was never done before. We've established a local accessibility advisory committee, which was not a requirement by government or by the province, because we also participate in one at the county level. But we wanted to have a local voice for the people who needed more accessibility and were experiencing disabilities. I was disappointed that in this term of council, there was a proposal to have more sensitivity training around Indigenous issues and equity and issues, and council declined to support that. I wanted to have that. I've had that sort of training at my other employment, and found it really eye-opening and consciousness changing. I think if we start with education, if we educate ourselves as councillors, if we start educating ourselves as West Grey staff, then that can sort of trickle out to the rest of the community. There's lots of work to do, but we just have to keep at it.
Yeah, I agree completely. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have the proper educational facilities to accommodate the increasing growth?
Well, education facilities is largely a question for the school board, unless you want to talk about the sort of smaller private schools like Edge Hill. I'm on the Newstat Recreation Committee, where we support all sorts of activities, most emphasizing soccer and roller skating, which are hugely popular with the young people. Pickleball's not so popular with the young people, but in Durham we've got lacrosse and hockey. So there is a lot of activity going on in creating recreational activities for youth. I think we just have to keep trying to expand that however we can. Yeah. And it relies a tremendous amount on volunteers. So we have to sort of acknowledge them and support them.
Thank you. What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
Protecting natural features is in part the responsibility of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, but it is also to some extent governed by official plans. Especially in terms of what sort of development can be done in those places. The county just redeveloped its 5-year official plan, and West Grey is in the process of doing ours. In both cases, our Climate Action Advisory Committee made submissions to those official plan rollouts, and many of the suggestions that they were making specifically about trying to preserve our green infrastructure were implemented into the county plan, and hopefully will be implemented into the local West Grey plan as well. So there, again, citizen involvement, volunteers are making a difference on this question.
Thank you, Geoffrey, so much for coming. I know that you guys are busy and you're in the middle of campaigning, and so I'm sure the constituents will appreciate what you have to say, and it'll help them make their decision. Okay, well, thanks again for doing this, Lindsay and Andrew, and look forward to hearing it when it broadcasts. And just to say that if anybody else wants to reach out to me with any other questions or concerns, I'm available and eager to talk. Okay, thank you. Good luck. Thanks. Bye. Bye. We're here with Kevin Eccles, who's running for mayor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. Hi, Kevin. How are you today?
I'm very good. Beautiful fall day out there, so it was great getting out, knocking on doors as I've done for the last 3 weeks, I guess, and haven't got around to all of West Grey because you know how big West Grey is, but it was terrific, and thank you for doing this. Greatly appreciate it.
No, thank you for taking the time to come in. So first question is, why are you running for West Grey Council?
Well, I've been there, done that, and in my own humble opinion, I thought that I did a decent job and led the municipality to some very good successes. The biggest thing was my ability to be a leader, and I am running for mayor. So my thoughts are that the mayor has to be able to form and bring everybody together to get the council working, you know, in a solid direction. And I've been criticized on a couple of occasions of saying, you know, building a team. But if we're not all pulling in the same direction, nothing gets done. In the last 4 years, I think it's been very evident. So it was to offer my leadership skills out there to the public, to be able to lead a council, to get things done. And in speaking of getting things done, I need council to get back doing what the property tax dollars and the legislation and the property tax is meaning to do. This council, the past 4 years, have seemed to be going in, I don't know, 7 directions or 17 directions or 77 directions, whichever council day you were at. And it didn't bring things together to get things done. So we've got to get back to doing what the property tax dollars, doing the job that we're put there to do. And in saying that, we've got to do it respectfully for the taxpayers to be able to do it with a budget that's cost effective and cost efficient. 12 years I was mayor. Previous council, we never come in with a budget over 3% combined with the county, and most of the time we were somewhere between 1 and 2%. Even 1 year we were below 1%. And we got things done. Bridges were built, paving happened, roads were reconstructed, water and sewer projects were done, arena upgrades. We got things done. I mean, we moved the library out of a building that, you know, I was sad to see us leave, the historical building, but the demands of the day meant we had to find something that was more effective. So we were able to do that. Got a lot of things done on a good budget. They started 2019, the budget was 3.7%. 2022, it's 6.8%. In these times, we've seen the benefit of some of the decisions that were made a number of years ago. We've seen a lot of growth. We've seen the the tax roll rise, and yet, and the money coming in, but the money's being spent, I think, very recklessly and carelessly. Certainly, one of the big places, there was over $1 million spent on land for a new police building. Then there was somewhere around $200,000, give or take, for architectural and tender documents being put out. And then all of a sudden, at the 11th hour, that's all thrown out the window, and we decided now we're going to go for an OPP costing. And unbeknownst, every councillor said, we're going to save the West Grey Police. I don't know whether that is just a fallacy or what, because we've got an OPP costing come, and that costs $80,000 to review and to disseminate that. So you got to wonder, what's the direction? And there's been no leadership to get us to a point of cost effectiveness in doing what property tax legislation and the Municipal Act asks us to do. So I've come back in to give to the residents and the taxpayers more bang for their dollar, and get back to doing what a municipal council is supposed to be doing, and maybe giving a little pushback on the feds and the province on what they want to download us to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
I've been a member of the art gallery for a number of years, and one of the very exciting points that I was able to do, each year we had the poetry festival, and Words Aloud, I guess as it was more commonly known. Tremendous the amount of individuals that we were able to put out there, put out to the audiences and bring to this municipality. I mean, not just people from Graham Bruce, but I've stood on that stage just outside here and been with individuals that are internationally known and acclaimed as well too, and they've came here. As a council, I think the support, the ability to be out there and let the world know, the same as we would for bringing businesses or commercial here as well too, that we've got to sell West Grey, that we're in this position and accept that the artisan work, the poetry, the Words Aloud Festival, and the artisans that we have in this community, that they need help on selling themselves, and the world needs to know, and I say the world, certainly Ontario, needs to know that this isn't just a little fringe. This is a hub, and we can do as a council and as a municipal governing body, we should be able to sell that to the community of Ontario, of Canada, of North America.
Thank you. That kind of ties into my next question. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Ditto to what I just last said. I'm not one that is in favor of subsidization, trying to buy business to come here. I've seen a couple of municipalities and witnessed it where that's exactly what they did. There was a forgiveness of taxes, there was this, there was that. One of them very close by, that was 10 years that the grant was there, the company flourished, and then 10 years, bang, they were gone. They were off to the next place that offered them and left the building and just walked away, left the building sitting there. So that's not something that I feel is successful and needs to be done. But we can be open, we can be ready for business, but then we have to be able to sell that too. And it becomes the chicken and the egg. If you're going to have business, you've got to have people that are here. Your business is going to come because people are here, you've got workers, or you've got a customer base. So it's a little bit tricky, but I think from the past, what we've done is made it available, and certainly we can see the development on the top of the hill here in Durham, the housing development. So we're going to have a customer base. And I think that going out and letting the entrepreneurs, letting the investment company, letting the developers of our area and of the world know that we have it here. And this is an expanding place, and it's a place that we're welcoming and being able to do business. And that from staff, from council, from the community as a whole, that it's open and welcoming to whoever wants to come and serve and develop our community in a well-planned and a very fashionable way.
Thank you. I have to laugh because I feel like you, even though I didn't give anyone the questions, that you saw my questions before, because everything is tying into the next one. It's exactly how I wrote it.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't see through the walls.
Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
I think the biggest thing that you have to have, and because of the way the provincial legislation is being written these days, and where the province wants to push development and growth in our communities, is where we have the infrastructure to be able to handle it. In saying that, we have the infrastructure, the water, the sewer, the transportation links, I think, are still in good stead. So we can give that to the development people. But we've also got to put enough restrictions on it that, you know, it's done in not in a haphazard way where you're going to end up a municipality to a local municipality a number of years ago did that, and you've got dead-end streets, and you've got, you know, streets that go this far, and then there's houses built all along here. So we didn't have anything that they can do with that. So it's got to be well planned out, well thought about, but it's got to be open and accepting to developers. And with the fact that West Grey is still a more rural, and being able to have them share our vision of what it's like to be in a rural municipality and build into that, not over top of it.
Thank you for that. Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. I don't know if you noticed.
I might have heard of it, yes, thank you.
Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. And we will warn you, these are a bit longer. The question is short, but my preamble is a bit long.
Fine.
Which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say Save the West Grey Police. So I'd like to break this question into two parts. The West Grey Police Services advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget, it is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest detachment is in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
I sat on the Ontario Association of Police Services Board for 12 years, or the good part of 12 years, and watched a lot of municipalities go with the OPP. Yes, the West Grey building, so I guess what I was saying there was that, yeah, I've watched and have a good understanding, I believe, of what policing is and what it requires, and what it requires in today's atmosphere. Certainly not what it was 75 years ago. The building that the West Grey Police are in, yes, it's lived its purpose, it's done. We moved, and rightly or wrongly, 50, 60 years ago, we moved away from one-room schoolhouses, and I think this is about the same thing that we have here. It's past its time. The last term that I was in council, we already had started into that process of looking at properties and whatnot. Surprisingly, we'd looked at the property and then deemed it not appropriate, the one that was purchased, but I guess it can be adjusted to it because that's a fait accompli. It's done now. Do they need one? Absolutely. I'm not sure that the way the costing has gone and the way that the tender was approached, that's what is needed. The detachment, as you said, there is a building in Markdale, but that's not the detachment center. That's not that's just a building that serves Markdale's purposes. The closest detachment, whichever way you want to go, is either Walkerton or Chatsworth. And knowing that the OPP cover, a number of municipalities around, and that our southern border, southwestern border is a kilometer away from Clifford, anybody having to deal with it and going those distances, I don't believe for the community policing that we're looking in West Grey that having that detachment, either one of those detachments in Walkerton or Chatsworth, serves the purposes for community policing that I believe the vast majority of people in West Grey want.
Thank you for that correction. So it's a satellite site, I'm assuming?
That's a satellite site
yeah.
in Markdale, yes.
Thank you. And thank you for your response. The second part of the question is West Grey has community policing. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increase in the cost of providing these services and if it is sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease. And if we have excellent service, why do we need costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services has been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services for 327 of the 444 municipalities, but with larger municipalities having their own police force, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. In the 2021 value for money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring those response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since their last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing, and why?
I've been very clear, no. During my time as on council before as deputy mayor, councillor, deputy mayor, and mayor, I served on the Police Services Board for some time here in West Grey, and I think that we did an excellent job of building the force up to what it is to meet the community's expectations. The one thing, I'm not sure how or why council got to the point of where they are. Part of the reason is, with the way I see it, is there was no training towards council. Council's got two jobs when it comes to policing. One, they can make the decision whether to support the budget or to turn the budget down. They don't have any of the legislative authority to adjust the budget. That's the Police Services Board, and that's in the Police Services Act, and it's there for a very good reason, because some councils years and years ago, played the police services as a tool or that they used, and that's not what they're there for. So the Police Services Act is very clear, and this council has lost that vision totally. So the other fact is they can choose whether they want OPP costing or they want they want their municipal service. In watching what's happened to a number of municipalities that have done just the same thing, oh, well, OPP is going to be cheaper. Yes, in the first couple of years, you're going to get, an undercut cost. And the OPP, and I think it's a lot to do with provincial downloading, that all of a sudden municipalities are paying for an OPP, a provincial service. Irregardless, West Grey right now, the OPP still patrol Highway 6. That's their patrol area. Because it's a provincial highway. They look after that. Regardless that West Grey probably investigates 60% of the accidents that happen because they haven't got the officers there. I'm not degrading the OPP, but I can't support going with a costing, knowing what I know and where I've been and watching a number of municipalities. Dryden is one of them. A number of years ago, they got rid of their municipal service. Highest costing policing in Ontario. They're under an OPP contract now. So Midland went a few years ago, they got rid of their service. Council decided for whatever reason, and then had to turn around after going for an OPP contract and hire a security company just to do foot patrol in downtown Midland during the tourist season because the OPP weren't able to supply that. There's a number of good officers and the service is fine, but it's a provincial, it's not a community police service. I can't in any good fashion truthfully say here that I could support at any point in time an OPP costing. It was said by a couple of the councillors that voted for it, well, we're only doing it just to see, how they do things cheaper. Well, you're not going to get that. That's, and besides that, again, it's not council's authority to be there. Council's authority is, choose OPP or your service. Approve the budget or don't approve the budget. All the rest of it's done by the Police Services Board under the Police Services Act. And there's been way too much of that and a lack of either understanding or leadership or training from the council members to know this is what you can get into and this is what you can't get into. And I believe that we've got into something that is detrimental to the community at large.
Thank you for that. Next question. In 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 of which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with other comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
I won't be able to step into that until I'm elected. I too believe that. I mean, for a number of years, as I said, for 12 years I was mayor of the municipality and watched, and we hired a number of staff. We've had a number of, well, not a number, but 3 CEOs in my time, and we've came here and done a very good job of keeping up with what the pay scale and grid was. In the last 4 years, I can't say how that's gone. Haven't been there to keep a review on it to know, where we were. Interesting on the 13 comparators. Maybe it was just by really dumb luck that I had the ability, or the idea to see that we've got some really good staff here. Man, they did a lot of stuff. Yeah, things have changed, and there is certainly a need for more staffing, and the province is asking for a lot more asset management plans and emergency measure plans and all of those. Part of that, though, is what I would call the download, and we're taking on more from the province is sending it down and having the municipalities do it when it is more of a provincial thing, and meaning you've got to hire. You down there in the municipal world where we don't have any place to put it, but it should be punted back and use not property tax dollars, and that's what I mentioned earlier, was that getting back to doing what the property tax is supposed to be doing and looking after, and not looking after provincial matters where it's an income tax that looks after that. I would look and certainly do another review at this point in time and see where it's needed. I don't believe, and I never had, and I still don't believe that we need a communications officer to do the communications and scheduling and an assistant to the mayor. Yeah, I'd probably miss an appointment here or there, but that's on me. I still don't believe that the municipality of West Grey is growing, but there's some of the add-ons just because at the county level they have it, where you're looking after 105,000 constituents and 900 employees, that the warden maybe needs that. But a mayor of a lower tier municipality in Grey County, there's things that we can still do by ourselves and not have to be worrying about somebody writing speeches and everything for the mayor. That's where I want to check on things and see what's going on.
Thank you for that. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
One of the biggest things is getting the budget out and getting it done in an appropriate time. The last 10 years that I was in council in an elected position, we had the budget done by the 1st of January. Tenders out and requests. This past year, the municipality didn't have the budget done until sometime near close to the 1st of June, and couldn't figure out over the past 3-4 years why they weren't getting competitive bidding. Well, everybody's already got their contracts out there, where they're going to be working and whatnot. And the Lawrence Bridge or the Shank Bridge out here on the 2nd is heavily evident of that. That tender didn't go out until July. They had one tender come in on it, and they were shocked. It was $500,000 over the estimate. The company just threw it out there and said, well, if we're going to do it, you're going to have to pay us very well. That is inexplicable. I mean, you've got to be out there. the construction season, the maintenance season, certainly for roads and infrastructure, is limited when you live in Grey County. But you've got to get those things done in an effective manner. And if you're not, then you're going to be overrunning and you're going to be 10, 20% more for product for construction. So it's a matter of getting out there and doing it in a timely fashion before you can do it effectively.
Okay, thank you for that. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts with Indigenous communities?
It's another one that I feel is beyond what we can do as a lower tier municipality. We can do our part in the point of not being racist, not as a community doing our part in that. But to be able to get past reconciliation for our Indigenous communities and whatnot, there was a lot of stuff done at the federal level that created this problem, and that's where it's really got to start before it gets back to West Grey, a municipal. I don't believe that municipally we can resolve the province or Canada's problem. What we can do is be very effective here in what we are doing and do it properly. Yes, diversity, and show that from a council's perspective that we're inclusive, and that the homeless and mental work with other communities, certainly with Grey County, on getting something that's broader, because it doesn't sit within our boundaries. We've got to be partnered up and be open to everybody as a fluid society will work. And as an individual, I look at it sometimes and go, sometimes I don't see a problem, because in my own mind, I am open. I've got friends that are in that LBGQ. I'm not, but they're people. And if we keep treating people as people and not putting labels on everybody, then we can start becoming that harmonious society that we all desire to have.
Thank you so much, Kevin. We're out of time, but I want to thank you so much for coming, and I'm sure all the constituents will be really appreciative that they get to hear everybody speak for a little longer this time.
Is there anybody else that's not coming? Can I have their time too? I kind of like this. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated, and thank you and Adam for putting this on.
Andrew.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I started off right with the A. Andrew, thank you very much, and Lindsay for doing this, and hopefully it'll help in people making an informed choice out there when they go to vote on October the 14th to the 24th.
I hope so too. We are here with Doug Hutchinson, who's running for councillor of West Grey. We're going to dig into the tough questions and find out what each candidate will do for West Grey and for you, the voters. How are you today, Doug?
I'm fine, Lindsay. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you so much for coming in. I know it's the last week of campaigning, and you guys are probably exhausted, so every single person that came in I appreciate so much, and I know anyone who hears this, the constituents will be extremely grateful.
Good.
So we'll start off nice and easy.
All right.
Why are you running for West Grey Council?
Why am I running? Well, I'm running I've had 2 terms of running now, and I'm hoping to get in a 3rd term. Basically, my goal is to go in and try to finish some projects that we've been working on over the last 4 years, 8 years. So I feel that I still have a little bit to give. I'm very interested in what goes on in West Grey, and I like to have input, and I thought the best way to have input is to be on council. So yeah, I'm going to give it another shot if the people are willing.
Thank you for that. We're currently at the Durham Art Gallery. How will you support the growth and expansion of arts, heritage, and culture in West Grey?
Well, I think we have a little gem here in terms of the art gallery, and I think as council we do support some of our local local community buildings like the Art Gallery. Also, in the past, we've had Arts Fest, which was one of the festivals which we hope we can regenerate again, and council was involved a little bit with that, and I was also involved because I was part of the committee. So I think it's important to have those festivals. We have a large arts community in West Grey, and I think it's important to support all the things that they do, whether through art galleries, whether through selling their art, that type of thing. So I think there's lots of opportunities for us to promote what we have in West Grey. We have a beautiful area, and I think the arts are a big part of it, and bringing people in for festivals and that type of thing is really important.
Thank you for that. How will you ensure the municipality supports current local businesses, business attraction, and the expansion of downtown cores, and increase economic development activities to make our community thrive?
Yeah, well, that's a loaded question, because economic development is always a challenge. As you know, most small communities do struggle with downtown cores and keeping business alive and whatnot. I've always said that businesses for small towns almost need to be unique nowadays, because they can't compete with the box stores. So it needs to be unique. It needs to be something that brings people into the town. So as a council, we have, through economic development, we try to support economic development. We have what they call a CIP, a Community Improvement Program, which is funding for businesses to improve their facades and their buildings. So to help spruce up the downtowns is one thing that we try to do and support. But yeah, it is a tough one. There's programs where where you try to get business in by sharing a building, maybe number 2 or 3 business owners working together in one building. But it is a challenge. If you look at Durham, for example, right now we have a few empty storefronts, and to get people in there is a challenge. But hopefully, it's a goal we have on our front burner. I think the Economic Development Committee, which I'm part of, we're working on a strategic plan, and we're working with the county on that. So they've done some what they call business mix analysis to look at what business we have and what we can maybe bring in the future. So I think that'll help us. The strategic plan will help us, and I also think with the development, if you look at the subdivisions in our area, that by new people coming to the area, they're going to want certain things, right? They're going to want stores, they're going to want a bar and things like that. So I think that's going to help us push that. It's just a matter of how we make that happen. So more to come.
Thank you for that. I have to say, my favorite thing about Ayton is the bar that I get to walk to and stumble home from.
Yeah.
Development and climate change are often positioned in opposition. West Grey is experiencing population growth. How will you develop a cooperative or shared approach to growth in West Grey?
Yeah, it is a bit of a challenge. We do need a development for sure, but we realize that climate change is a big issue these days. So I think as we move forward, I know a couple of developments that are going on in the north end of Durham right now, for example. We talked about making, particularly the Bruce development, which is the second development. They talked about making lot sizes smaller, downsizing the housing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But in the future, I think by going to smaller houses, allowing our building department to decrease the size of a build is a step in the right direction. They talk about tiny homes and that type of thing, but it is a challenge. You want the development, but also you want to have as small a carbon footprint as you can, right? So that's part of it. I think by planting trees in the developments is important. We haven't done that so much in our first, the Sunvale development. We haven't really pushed for that, but I think if we can put some incentives out there for people to plant trees will help. The water runoff, that type of thing. There's stormwater ponds there, but just making sure that there's cut back on the amount of asphalt sort of thing, and make more green spaces. It really helps with controlling the water and the runoff, and hopefully less flooding in the future. So it is a tough question, because you want to have a balance there, and so hopefully we continue to work on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Community policing is a very controversial topic during this election. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yes, I have.
Currently, West Grey Council voted to get OPP costing, which includes an $80,000 consultant fee. Some members of the community responded with petitions and signs that say, "Save the West Grey Police." I'm going to break this into two parts, if that's okay.
Okay.
They're a little bit long-winded, but it's just mostly information.
Right.
The West Grey Police Services have advocated for a new building for over 10 years. A police service advisor and others have reviewed the current building, and it does not meet minimum standards. The land was purchased for the new station, the property was designed, and the builders were about to break ground when the motion regarding the OPP costing came forward. The building does not affect the police budget. It is part of the municipal capital budget. Knowing this, do you support building a new police station? And if the OPP takes over, the closest attachment is in Walkerton and Chatsworth with a satellite site in Markdale. Do you think a building would no longer be needed?
Well, first of all, I believe we do need a building. It's been on the radar for years, as you said. And our building isn't appropriate for the police service we have. So I do believe we need a building. It is going to be a costly endeavor, but it's one that's necessary. As far as the OPP, if the OPP were to take over our service, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know whether they would use our building. That's a possibility. But also, they may want to change what we have in the plan. We have specs now for a building. The OPP may not want the same specs that we have. So that becomes an issue. So I guess where it's all going to boil down is we have the $80,000 is going to be for a consultant. I wasn't in favor of that. I thought we could have done that in-house a lot cheaper if we were looking at service review. But we will have results coming up in the start of the new year. We'll have a look at the results from their study. And from that, we'll be able to compare OPP versus our service. And then we'll get to make a decision, whoever's on council. But personally, I feel that I'd be in support of keeping our own police because I feel it's a community policing versus a drive-through policing, which we'll get with OPP. And also, if people read the Governor General's report, the OPP, or Lieutenant, I guess it was Lieutenant Governor's, the last
Solicitor
report,
General.
Solicitor General, right? Their last report was not favorable in terms of the OPP and taking on more work, and they're short-staffed and a lot of issues there right now. So I don't think it's a good time for us to be jumping on board with OPP. But anyways, I'll hear what the results are from the consultant and go from there.
Okay, thank you for that. You might have touched on my next point, so if you feel like it's redundant, just let me know.
Okay.
West Grey has community policing. Supporters of the OPP costing have concerns about the increase in the cost of providing these services and if it's sustainable in the long run. Those who oppose the costing have concerns that if we move forward with another provider, the excellent service and involvement will decrease, and if we have excellent service, why do we need to do costing? Supporters of the West Grey Police Service wonder why the police services have been singled out when other municipal services have had more overall percentage increases than police services. As of 2022, the OPP provided services to 327 of the 444 municipalities, but with larger municipalities having their own police forces, this only makes up 16.3% of the population. As you were saying, in the 2021 Value for Money audit by the Auditor General, concerns were raised of the OPP about significant frontline vacancies, not delivering service levels to municipalities, providing less proactive policing, and not accurately tracking or monitoring response times. Additionally, operating expenses increased by 26% since the last audit. With this information, do you support OPP costing and why?
Yeah, like I've sort of responded to that, but no, I wouldn't be in favor of well, I think we need to look at the costing. We need to look at what they're going to present to us. But I also hear from other municipalities that the OPP give you a base budget when they come in, and then after that it becomes a how many times they're called into your municipality. So it becomes a difficult thing to budget because you don't know from one year to the next. You know, if you have a serious incident or you have a lot of drug and health issues and they have to come in, then you're going to pay more. So it's a bit of a challenge, but basically, I think at this point I'm in favor of keeping our own municipal police force.
Thank you for that. The next question, I swear, is the only other long one. So, in 2020, a consolidated organizational review of the municipality of West Grey was completed by an external consultant. Staffing was the lowest amount for all 13 municipal comparators when compared to local area municipalities in this review. Between 2021 and 2023, the consultant recommended 8 additional roles, only 3 which have been filled. An operations review was completed in 2021 that looked for efficiencies, and the team discovered the same gaps and challenges, including insufficient staffing, wages that are not keeping up with comparable municipalities, and concerns around recruitment for succession planning. While some community members believe the municipality is overstaffed, what are your thoughts on the current level of staff working there, and what steps will you take to address this?
Right. Well, that is a loaded question, but obviously, yes, I agree. Over time, we have grown since I've been on council now 8 years. The staff has changed a lot. We had quite a few retirements. We've had people leave that at one point they were doing 2 or 3 roles that now 2 or 3 people are doing, as in our clerk, for example. So there's been a lot of changes at our office level. We do need more staff. The challenge becomes how do you pay for all the staff when you may need them, but again, I think it has to be an incremental, it has to be a growth thing that as we grow, our staffing is going to grow, and yes, the general public don't maybe understand or don't see. They just see, well, you're hiring more people, but a lot of the staff we've hired lately has to do with replacement too, because we've had some retirements, right? So we have to replace those people. So there has been quite a bit of turnover, as you know, Lindsay. There's been turnover at the office, and yeah, it's a challenge to try to meet the demands that we have nowadays. I know our CAO would love to have all of those positions filled. I think we'll get there eventually. I think it's going to take time. We're going to have to see where the budget goes and whatnot, but we have a new person in our that's going to look after asset management and climate, our climate plan. So that's helped. We're in the process of hiring a new director of infrastructure because we're in the middle of that. So, and our clerk, I think we just hired a new clerk coming in. So there's been a lot of changes, and I hope in the future we can get more staff on board, but we just have to make sure that we're covering the right positions and we're doing it financially fiscal.
Yeah, thank you for that. How will you ensure that our immense amount of assets, including facilities, parks, roads, sidewalks, and bridges, receives proper maintenance while keeping our taxes low?
Well, that's another big question because obviously, you know, when you get into infrastructure and our assets, it is a big cost, it's a big factor. And obviously, one, for example, is bridges and culverts. We have over 100 of them, as you know, in West Grey. And a lot of them need work. A lot of them are just getting to the point where they're starting to be non-sustainable. Some of them, we're going to have to close bridges. That's just a fact of life. We're in the process of doing that now with some. We've had to do that in the past. Hopefully we won't have to do too many more in the future, but we do need to put money towards that. And, you know, our director, I think, has made the statement that we need like $1.5 million per year to go towards bridges alone. So that's always a challenge to get there. We just have to make sure that we're staying on top. I think our new person that's going to look at asset management, the provincial government is demanding that each municipality have an asset management plan. So you look at a plan for how you're going to maintain your facilities you've got over time. And I think that'll be a great document to help us make that plan. So we're just not by gosh, by golly, right? So yeah, I think it's going to happen. I look forward to being involved in that, and the sooner the better we get that done.
Thank you for that. I think all my questions are loaded. They're just short and long. What will you do to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community, specifically for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, the homeless community, those with mental health and addiction struggles, persons with disabilities, and reconciliation efforts within our Indigenous communities? And before you answer, I know that that's a lot, so I would, if you want to just talk generally or focus on one or two, I completely respect that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It is an issue, a big issue nowadays, one that we try to work on. We always get resolutions come forward about supporting different things from other municipalities. So one example I've mentioned in one of the other articles that I've written from other people has to do with raising the pride flag and flying that for a week at the office. So I think by showing that we're open to all people, I think that's important. Obviously, the Indigenous thing that's going on now, the reconciliation, is big. We need to recognize that, as I said, by making statements at the start of meetings to recognize that we're on Indigenous lands is a step forward. Obviously, the whole thing with the residential schools is a little bit out of our hands, but I mean, we can, as I said, it's good to educate ourselves and to educate the public about, what's happened in our history and try to work together going forward. So there's lots of opportunities there for us as a council to work on that. We have policies. We have a code of conduct for a council, which involves, being equitable and who we speak with and how we speak to the public, and the same for our staff. There's policies there to make sure that there isn't racism in the building. So yeah, there's lots of things that we can do to do better, for sure.
Thank you for that. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area? And how will you ensure we have the proper educational facilities to accommodate this increase in growth?
Well, the education part of it, it's a little bit out of our hands because we have boards of education who look after building schools and that type of thing. So I know a little bit about that just because I spent almost 30 years there. But as a council, we support the schools, that try to get involved, whether it be going in and meeting with the students, whether it be in doing infrastructure things around the school buildings like roads. We're also looking at traffic safety and around like Spruce Ridge, for example, when there was complaints about the speed of traffic. So we put in stop signs and doing things to help, push the safety aspect in around the schools. So there's that. Sidewalks in Normanby School needs to be done. It's been on the radar for some time, so that needs to be done in that little section of the street going into the school. There's supposed to be sidewalks going in there, if they haven't already happened. The last time I was there, I don't think they were. But so there's the education part, and sorry, I forgot the first part of that question.
Okay. What will you do to promote activities for youth and youth engagement for young families moving into the area?
Right. Well, so as a council right now, our recreation committee in Durham is non-functioning, but in Ayton, I know they have an active recreation committee that does a lot of things for the community. Durham's a little bit different because we have the Lions clubs and different organizations that do some promote some things for the youth. Elmwood, they use the Chamber of Commerce as their sort of like their recreation committee there, and then Newstead has a recreation committee, and they quite often use their arena for roller skating and for pickleball and that type of thing, which is, a combination of adults, children sort of thing. But there are lots of opportunities out there. I mean, we can always do more, we try to encourage as much participation as possible for the youth. Sure.
Thank you for that. Next question. What will you do to protect our farmlands and natural features, such as wetlands, woodlands, and valley lands?
Well, that's really a planning topic, I guess, when it comes down to it, in that I do sit on the planning committee, so when we have people come forward to us that want to sever a parcel of land, that type of thing, or make an adjustment, want to put something in, we get input from the official plan from the province. The county has an official plan. We have an official plan for Newstead and Durham, but then the rest of it falls under the county. And then Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority has a lot to say when it comes to where people build and what people do with their property and that type of thing. So, and then we also ask for our Indigenous groups to comment. So they do. They have an opportunity to comment also. So there are lots of controls in terms of planning and whatnot. I think as a municipality, I'd like to see us continue to promote what we have in West Grey in terms of recreation. We have many people come to our area and jump on the rivers and tube down our rivers, fish in our rivers and streams. We have a lot of beautiful areas. So I'd like to promote that, encourage that. I also have been pushing ever since I've been on council to try to spruce up our trails and to try to get our trails brought up to standards so that they're less liability issues. So right now I've been sort of starting working on Durham, hopefully Ayton, and then look at something in Newstead has a nice little trail, and the Trail of Dreams, which a local resident has spent a lot of time and effort. So are there some really neat spots out there? Allen Park is another one that's a great spot to go. We just need to get that mapped, promoted, and encourage people to keep using them.
Yeah. 3 questions left. What would be your top actions to attract and retain newcomers and immigrants to our community?
Right now we just recently had a group come to us with try to bring a family from Ukraine to the area. So they've asked council, what can council do? And we're looking at setting up allowing them to fundraise. And so we can help with the banking end of it so that they can fundraise to bring a family in. As far as the housing part of it, we can maybe make contacts, but it really has to go through our individuals. Some people have stepped up and said, I have an apartment that I can use or rent. Our builders hopefully will be able to build maybe smaller homes or just homes that people can rent. So to help promote immigrants coming to the area. So to have a place and then also to have a job. And there's lots of opportunities for jobs because obviously we can't get enough workers. So, bring them on. We'll take all we can get.
Thanks for that, Doug. What are your thoughts on Sunday gun hunting?
Oh, that's a big question. Right now, as you may know, that was a very hot topic in the last term, and we as a council turned down the Sunday gun hunting. There are many municipalities in our area that do have Sunday gun hunting. But we had a lot of residents that were really opposed to, they wanted Sunday to be the day that they could go out into the county forest and do a walk and not be worried about someone shooting off a gun. But since that time, I've also had people call me and say, well, now they've extended the deer season to Sunday. What about revisiting that? So I think this next council is going to have to revisit that, and they're going to have to decide, do they want to continue on with no hunting on Sunday, or are they going to open it up? Personally, I think there could be a balance there where maybe they open it up during certain seasons and you post that and people are aware of it. So that way you satisfy both groups. I don't know. It is going to be another one for discussion.
Thank you. Actually, I didn't know. I heard that the discussion was coming back, and I knew it was contentious a few years ago, and I just didn't know why it was coming back, and now you have explained that to me. So everyone listening, that is why. Now that you've gone through all my questions, Doug, you're free to go. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Well, not a whole lot, I think. I look forward to hopefully another term on council. I think I have something to offer. Obviously, experience and background means a lot. It's a tough job coming in when you first start out because the learning curve is huge to get up to speed. So that's the disadvantage that some people have coming in new, but obviously you have to start somewhere. So I think the big thing if you're coming in as a new councillor is get out there, get your feet wet, meet people, get involved in the community, get on to some service clubs and so on, and then jump in, learn about the community before you try to get onto council, I think is important. But as far as myself, I just hope I can maybe pull out 4 more years of where I can add to the benefits of the community, and then I'll step aside and let someone else take on the job.
Thank you so much for your time today, Doug. I know the constituents listening will be really excited to be able to hear and listen to the longer answers for some of the questions that they were asking, and I know that, again, that you guys are really busy, so I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much for listening. I hope I was able to get your burning questions answered. If you have specific questions for counselors, I would encourage you to go to the municipal website to get the contact information of those who are running. Voting opened on October 14th at 10 a.m. and closes on October 24th at 8 p.m. If you haven't received your voter information letter in the mail, reach out to the municipality. You can vote by internet or phone or go to a voter assistance center. Dates and times are on the municipal website, or call the office at 519-369-2200 to find out more information. Happy voting!